What if the future of an empire rested in the trembling hands of men clad in robes, whispering incantations that could alter destinies and dictate the rise or fall of leaders? In the shadowy corridors of ancient Rome, where marble columns loomed like silent sentinels, a fierce battle raged, not on the fields of war, but in the spiritual realm where priests wielded prophecies as weapons of immense power. The air crackled with tension, heavy with the scent of incense and the promise of the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, the high priest stood before an anxious crowd, the flickering torchlight illuminating his solemn face. His voice, low and rumbling like distant thunder, foretold an impending doom that would send shivers down the spines of even the most hardened senators. "Beware the Ides of March," he warned, eyes piercing the throng as if searching for the guilty. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves, carrying whispers of plots and betrayals, twisting through the alleys of Rome. Behind the scenes, the priests, known as augurs, held court in secret chambers, interpreting the will of the gods through the flight of birds and the burning of sacred offerings. Their interpretations weren't mere predictions. They were the pulse of politics, the lifeblood of ambition. In a moment, they could elevate a general to the heights of glory or cast a revered leader into the depths of disgrace. The power they wielded was intoxicating, a blend of faith and fear that thrummed through the very foundations of society. Yet, darkness lurked beneath the surface. Could the prophecies be manipulated? Each prediction carried weight, but who decided what was truth and what was deception? The stakes rose higher as political factions vied for dominance, manipulating the priests to turn prophesied doom into a tool of destruction. Friends became enemies, and trust dissolved into suspicion like mist before the morning sun. In this deadly game, the augurs became not just diviners of fate but architects of chaos. Every heartbeat resonated with an electric urgency. The whispers of the past echoed against the marble walls. Julius Caesar, a general turned dictator, whose ambition cut through the fabric of Roman politics like a dagger. His fate, foretold in those darkened chambers, danced precariously on the edge of control. As the priests swayed with the winds of fortune, a single misinterpretation could spell disaster, plunging the empire into civil war. With each passing moment, the tension mounted. The populace, held captive by fear and awe, looked to the priests for guidance, their faith both their shield and their shackle. What would happen when prophecy collided with ambition? Would the gods favor those who played their game, or would they unleash chaos upon the land? The stakes were higher than ever, and as the priests gathered their powers, the air thickened with anticipation. In this crucible of belief and politics, the stage was set for a confrontation that would echo through history, a clash of divine will and mortal ambition, where the true puppet masters might not be the rulers themselves, but the very priests who whispered the prophecies that could topple empires. The fate of Rome hung in the balance, teetering on the knife's edge of destiny. Beneath the sprawling expanse of the Roman sky, where clouds drifted like whispers over the city of marble and might, the sound of chanting filled the air. The flicker of torches danced against ancient walls, illuminating the faces of the faithful gathered in reverence. It was a night like no other, a night when the veil between the mortal and the divine seemed thin, charged with a palpable energy that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand tall. In that moment, the pulse of religion coursed through Rome, a vibrant thread woven into the very fabric of society. Religion in ancient Rome was not a mere collection of rituals or a list of deities to appease. It was the lifeblood that breathed purpose into the everyday lives of its citizens. From the humble farmer in the countryside to the grand senator in the Senate, the gods were omnipresent, watching, listening, and often intervening. Each household had its own little shrine, a lararium, where the spirits of the ancestors were honored. With every meal shared, every festival celebrated, there was a sense of connection that transcended generations, binding the living with those who had passed beyond the veil. The Roman pantheon was a rich tapestry of gods and goddesses, each embodying various aspects of life and nature. Jupiter, the king of the gods, stood as a symbol of authority and justice, while Juno, his fierce counterpart, protected the sanctity of marriage. Mars, the god of war, inspired both dread and courage, his name ringing in the hearts of soldiers ready to lay down their lives for the glory of Rome. And then there was Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, whose flame was tended to by the Vestal virgins, young women sworn to chastity, entrusted with keeping the sacred fire burning, a flickering beacon of hope and stability for the entire city. Rituals and sacrifices became the means through which Romans sought favor from these deities. The air would be thick with the scent of burning incense, mingling with the cries of animals led to the altars. In these sacred spaces, priests in their flowing robes would perform elaborate rites, carefully choreographed and steeped in tradition. It was here that the community came alive, a collective heartbeat echoing through the stones of temples like the Grand Pantheon, where the light poured in from the oculus, a divine eye watching over the people below. But the role of religion was not just ceremonial. It was a powerful political tool. Emperors often aligned themselves with the divine, seeking legitimacy through the adoration of the gods. They crafted narratives that intertwined their reigns with divine favor, claiming that the gods had chosen them to govern. The cult of emperor worship became a way to solidify power, a bond between ruler and ruled that left no room for dissent. Citizens were compelled to pay homage, not just out of devotion but out of fear, for the wrath of the gods could bring calamity upon the city. As Rome expanded its borders, it encountered a multitude of beliefs and traditions. The rich tapestry of religious life grew, absorbing gods from conquered lands, mingling deities and practices in a grand mosaic of faith. The Egyptians worshipped Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, while the Greeks offered their prayers to their pantheon, often seeing parallels between their gods and those of Rome. In this melting pot of devotion, the fervor was palpable, and the streets buzzed with debates on whose gods were greater, whose traditions more worthy. Yet, the rise of new religions would stir the pot even further. Emerging from the shadows came a humble carpenter from Judea, whose teachings of love and forgiveness resonated deeply among the oppressed and weary. His followers spread the word, igniting a fire that would challenge the very foundations of Roman religious life. Christianity, with its promise of salvation and eternal life, appealed to the masses, drawing them away from the traditional pantheon. The tension simmered, a coiling serpent ready to strike. As the Roman Empire grew weary, its citizens faced disillusionment. Corruption, strife, and the weight of too many gods began to take their toll. The elaborate rituals that once brought solace now felt hollow. In the echoing halls of temples, the priests' chants faded into whispers. The gods seemed distant. Their presence felt less tangible as the empire wrestled with its identity. In this crucible of change, the new faith gained traction, offering hope in a time of despair. The conflict between the traditionalists and the Christians came to a head in fiery persecutions where the fervent took a stand for their beliefs, despite the threat of death. The Colosseum became a stage for both the divine and the damned, where the faithful faced lions with courage that sent chills down every spine. The air was thick with tension, a mixture of horror and awe, as the crowd watched, caught between their own beliefs and the brutal spectacle of sacrifice. And yet, through the crucible of suffering, a remarkable transformation began to unfold. The very institution that sought to stamp out this new faith found itself changed. With the ascent of Constantine, the Edict of Milan would shift the tides, marking a pivotal moment where Christianity emerged from the shadows into the light of acceptance. The landscape of Rome was forever altered, and old gods began to wane as new symbols of faith took their place in the hearts of the people. The basilicas rose to meet the heavens, their grand architecture echoing the aspirations of a new era. The flame of Vesta flickered softly in the background, a reminder of the past that would never quite extinguish. The role of religion in ancient Rome was more than mere worship. It was a narrative woven into the lives of every Roman citizen. It was a force that shaped their identities, their politics, their very understanding of life and death. As the city transformed, the stories of gods and men intertwined, leaving an indelible mark that would resonate through the ages. The pulse of faith, ever present, continued to beat, driving the heart of Rome forward into uncharted territory, where the echoes of the past met the promises of the future. In the flickering torchlight of a grand temple, a hush fell over the crowd as the high priest donned the sacred garments, his hands trembling slightly from the weight of tradition and expectation. The air was thick with incense, a fragrant blend that seemed to weave a veil between the mundane world and the divine. Every eye was fixed on him, not just as a leader but as the very link between the people and their gods. This was no ordinary role. It was a mantle of profound responsibility, a connection that spanned the heavens and the earth. The Roman priesthood was a symphony of hierarchy, each note playing a crucial part in the larger religious canvas that held society together. At the apex stood the high priest, or Pontifex Maximus. His title echoed authority, a blend of political power and spiritual command, with the weight of centuries resting upon his shoulders. The Pontifex Maximus wasn't just a figurehead. He was the guardian of sacred law, the custodian of rituals that ensured the favor of the gods and the prosperity of Rome. Beneath him, a carefully crafted hierarchy emerged, each tier defined not just by rank but by the responsibilities that shaped the lives of everyday Romans. The flamens, priests dedicated to the major gods, served with a fervor that was palpable in the air. They were not merely performers in a ritual. Their very existence was entwined with the life force of their city. To be a flamen dedicated to Jupiter, for instance, meant partaking in rites that demanded unwavering devotion, lest the wrath of the skies befall the land. The flamens' ritualistic offerings were more than mere tradition. They were the heartbeat of the community, and the tension in the air before an important ceremony could make one's skin prickle with anticipation. Further down the hierarchy, the augurs wielded a different kind of power. They stood at the threshold of the divine, interpreting the will of the gods through the flight of birds and other omens. Their role was steeped in mystique and fear. A wrong interpretation could spell disaster for the state, while a correct reading could elevate the fortunes of the people. The augur's life was a constant balancing act, walking the fine line between belief and skepticism, hope and despair. Many whispered tales of how an ill-timed observation had once led nations to war or led a general to victory, the stakes so high they could make one's heart race. Then there were the Vestal Virgins, cloaked in white, who were entrusted with the sacred fire of Vesta. Their task was not merely one of purity but a profound commitment to the well-being of Rome itself. The flicker of the flame symbolized the city's eternal life, and each virgin bore the weight of that promise. Their selection was a ritual of its own, a heart-wrenching decision for families, sacrificing a daughter to a life of celibacy for the greater good. The fear of failure hung heavy upon them. An extinguished flame could signal ruin. They were revered, feared, and yet so incredibly human, bound by their vows yet yearning for the simplicity of a normal life. In the shadows of this priestly grandeur, lesser-known roles also teemed with significance. The Salii, armed with their sacred shields, danced through the streets, invoking protection and prosperity for the city. Their exuberant movements were infectious, a spiraling celebration that ignited hope in the hearts of the crowd. Yet, underneath the joyful facade, each dance carried the weight of their duty. Each step was a plea to the gods, echoing their devotion and urgency. As the ceremonies unfolded, the emotional stakes rose. It was not just about performing rituals, it was about survival. The weight of a failed ceremony could send ripples of panic through the populace. The priests understood this, their hearts racing as they approached the altar. Each offering, each chant, was a thread in the tapestry of fate. The tension in the air was almost unbearable, a mixture of hope, fear, and the desperate desire to please the unseen forces that governed their lives. The presence of the priesthood was everywhere. They were the architects of memory, shaping the narratives that would be passed down for generations. Festivals celebrating the gods became historical anchors, moments where the past and present collided, and in those moments, the priests stood as conduits of shared belief. The roar of the crowd during a successful ceremony could bring tears to their eyes. It was a communal heartbeat, a shared breath that echoed through the ages. Yet, amidst the vibrant tapestry of these hierarchies, secrets simmered. Power struggles lurked like shadows, each priest vying for influence, each ceremony a chance to elevate their status. The high stakes of Roman politics were mirrored in the sacred space of the temples, where alliances were forged and broken. Whispers echoed in the halls, conspiracies woven beneath the watchful eyes of the gods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the temple's marble columns, the weight of the priesthood hung heavily in the air. The priests, each embodying their roles, were far from infallible. They felt the pulse of the city, the doubts and fears of the people, and the ever-looming threat of divine displeasure. Every decision, every prayer, led them deeper into the labyrinth of their responsibilities, where the line between duty and sacrifice blurred. Outside, the city was alive with the sounds of the festival, laughter mingling with the solemnity of prayer. The priesthood, a complex web of hierarchies and responsibilities, stood as both guardians and captives of their sacred duty, their lives intertwined with the fate of Rome itself. The electric atmosphere crackled with the weight of 1,000 prayers, and as the priests prepared to lead the evening's festivities, they knew that their actions would resonate far beyond the temple walls. In that moment, beneath the starlit sky, the true essence of their roles became clear. It was a tapestry woven with threads of power, belief, and the relentless pursuit of divine favor, where the stakes were nothing less than the heartbeat of a civilization. And so, as the night deepened, the ritual began, drawing the priests and the people into a collective embrace, a mesmerizing dance between the mortal and the divine, where every heartbeat echoed with the promise of tomorrow. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden light that danced on the wings of birds soaring through the sky, their silhouettes painted against the canvas of twilight. To the untrained eye, they were mere creatures of flight, but to an ancient world, they were messengers of fate, symbols of hope or harbingers of doom. In times long past, the flutter of a wing or the call of a bird could send shivers down spines and ignite fervent whispers in the air. Augury, an ancient practice that intertwined the fate of humanity with the flight of birds, was a sacred art, one that held the power to shape destinies and unravel the threads of the future. In Rome, the streets were alive with the bustling energy of citizens, yet above them, the skies remained a world apart. Priests known as augurs were the guardians of this ethereal connection. Clad in togas that flowed like the gentle breeze, they roamed the rooftops and temples, their eyes keenly watching the skies. The air was thick with anticipation as a gathering of citizens awaited the verdict of these seers. Would the flight of the birds bring blessings for the harvest? Or would it signal a time of war? Each moment was charged with tension, the kind that made hearts race and breaths catch in throats. As the augurs stood, faces turned skyward, their hearts beat in unison with the rhythm of nature. Suddenly, a flock of ravens burst forth, dark against the fading light. The crowd gasped, a wave of unease rippling through them. Ravens, with their ominous cawing, were not just birds. They were powerful symbols of misfortune. The augurs exchanged glances heavy with meaning, their faces taut with the weight of what this omen could imply. A crackle of fear coursed through the crowd, igniting whispers of past battles and losses. History had taught them well. These weren't just birds. They were echoes of the past, shadows of the future. In ancient Greece, the practice thrived with equal fervor. In the sacred grove of Dodona, the rustling leaves and the calls of the sacred doves resonated with the wisdom of the ages. People would journey from far and wide, clutching their hopes like fragile dreams, seeking guidance from the divine. As the priests listened to the rustle of wings, they interpreted the signs with a reverence that could only be matched by the weight of the responsibility they bore. A gentle coo could spell peace, while a sudden flight could signify peril. The air crackled with the electric tension of lives hanging in the balance, each decision tinged with the gravity of fate itself. And yet, not all auguries were grim. The song of a lark, sweet and melodious, could lift spirits and inspire courage. Farmers would pause, their hands calloused and weary, to listen as the lark sang its joyful tune. It was a promise, a sign that the earth would yield its bounty, that life thrived in harmony with the skies above. Children would giggle and dance at the sound, their laughter ringing as brightly as the notes that flowed from the bird's beak. In this delicate balance between light and dark, the people found their place, forever intertwined with the whims of nature. The significance of augury reached far beyond mere beliefs. It was a lifeline, a connection to the divine, a way to understand the inexplicable. In moments of desperation, people would turn to the skies, hoping for guidance, yearning for signs that could light their path. The priests, with their practiced eyes, would interpret the signs, their words imbued with an authority that commanded respect. They spoke in hushed tones, drawing the crowd closer, their words weaving a tapestry of hope and dread, each syllable laden with meaning. As the sun slipped beneath the horizon, the rituals would begin. Sacrifices made, prayers offered. The people gathered, their spirits entwined, as they watched the augurs invoke the heavens. Smoke spiraled upward, curling into the twilight, as the birds circled overhead. The air was thick with emotion, a mixture of fear, hope, and anticipation. Each flap of wings was a heartbeat, echoing the collective wish of those below. The sky was alive, a canvas painted with the hopes and fears of humanity. In moments of calm, the augurs would reflect on the ancient texts, studying the movements of birds like scholars poring over pages of a forgotten tome. They knew the lore, the stories of old that whispered the secrets of the earth and the sky. A hawk soaring high could signify clarity and vision, while the sudden flutter of a sparrow might remind them of fleeting joy. Each bird was a chapter in a never-ending story, a narrative written in the language of the wind. But augury was not without its dangers. Those who misinterpreted the signs faced dire consequences. The weight of expectation was a heavy burden to bear. A misguided reading could lead to disastrous decisions, wars waged, alliances broken. The stakes were high, lives were at risk. The augurs carried this knowledge with them, the tension a constant companion as they navigated the intricate web of fate. They were not just interpreters of the divine. They were the stewards of history, the guardians of hope. As the night deepened, the air grew electric, filled with the whispers of ancestors and the rustle of feathers. The augurs stood tall, their hearts pounding in anticipation of the next sign. Would the dawn bring clarity, or would the birds keep their secrets hidden? The tension hung in the air, thick and palpable, as all eyes turned once again to the heavens, waiting, yearning for a glimpse into the future. The cycle of nature continued, a dance of fate between the sky and the earth, with each moment teetering on the edge of revelation, ready to spill into the next chapter of this eternal story. In the flickering shadows of an ancient temple, the air thick with the scent of burnt herbs and the weight of whispered prayers, a haruspex stood poised over an altar, quivering in anticipation. The flickering flames danced around him, casting eerie silhouettes on the stone walls, reminiscent of the souls who'd long since departed. The tension hung like a taut string, ready to snap, as the haruspex, robed in the deep colors of earth, prepared to commune with the unseen forces that governed life and fate. Before him lay a freshly slaughtered animal, its warm blood pooling on the sacred stone. This was no ordinary sacrifice. It was a bridge between the mortal and divine. As the haruspex examined the intricate patterns of the animal's entrails, he was not merely reading the signs. He was listening to the voice of the universe, to the echoes of the Etruscan wisdom that had shaped the very foundation of this ritual. The Etruscans had passed down their knowledge through generations, their secrets buried within the folds of history, yet alive in the chants of the priests and the flutter of the wings of the doves they released into the sky. Around him, the community gathered, eyes wide with anticipation. Their hearts beat in sync, a collective rhythm of hope and fear. What would the signs reveal? Would the gods smile upon them, or would shadows loom over their harvest? As the haruspex tilted his head, closing his eyes against the chaos around him, the atmosphere shifted, charged with an almost electric energy. The history of the Etruscans pulsed through him, a reminder that their legacy was not merely one of ancient ruins, but a living practice still intertwined with the fabric of Roman life. The haruspices were not just fortune-tellers. They were the sacred intermediaries, navigating the complex worlds of fate and free will. Their methods, rooted in Etruscan tradition, were steeped in mystique and rigor. The Romans had adopted these practices, blending them with their own beliefs, yet the heartbeat of Etruscan ritual still resonated within their ceremonies. Each haruspice carried the weight of centuries of knowledge, passed down like a sacred torch, its flame flickering yet never extinguished. As the haruspice peered into the entrails, his fingers traced the glistening surface, searching for signs, color, shape, the alignment of organs. Each detail was vital, each nuance a whisper from beyond. The crowd held its breath, the silence punctuated only by the soft rustle of the priest's robe and an occasional gasp when the haruspice's brow furrowed, suggesting a troubling omen. The tension was palpable, almost suffocating, as if the very air was charged with the collective fears and hopes of the people, all depending on the interpretation of these ancient signs. But the haruspice was not merely a passive observer. He was a vessel for the divine. In that moment, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him, a connection to the Etruscan forebears who had first deciphered the mysteries of life through the sacred art of haruspicy. The legacy was both a gift and a burden, a reminder of the duty he owed to his community, to guide them as the Etruscans once guided their own. The darkness of uncertainty loomed over the gathering, but with each revelation, the light of hope flickered like the flames at the altar. As the haruspice completed his examination, a wave of relief surged through him. He sensed a favorable omen, a glimmer of light piercing through the cloud of apprehension. He opened his mouth, the words flowing from him like water from a spring, carrying the weight of divine truth. The people leaned closer, their faces illuminated with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of destiny. "The gods favor us today," he proclaimed, his voice steady and authoritative. "Our fields shall yield abundantly, and our families shall prosper." The sound of his voice pierced through the thick atmosphere, igniting a surge of emotion that swept through the crowd. A collective cheer erupted, voices rising in harmony, gratitude spilling over like rain after a long drought. Relief and joy intermingled in the air, wrapping around them like a warm embrace, a moment where the weight of fear lifted, even if just for a heartbeat. Yet, even in that moment of triumph, a shadow flickered in the corner of the haruspice's mind. What lay ahead? The Etruscans had warned of the fickleness of fate, of the unpredictable nature of the divine. Could this moment of joy be short-lived, a mere prelude to future trials? The haruspice felt a chill creep down his spine, a haunting echo of the duality of existence. Life and death, fortune and misfortune, hope and despair. As the celebratory cries faded into the background, a deeper understanding began to unfurl within the haruspice. He was part of a much larger tapestry, woven with the threads of history, culture, and the divine. The Etruscan influence echoed through every ritual, every prayer, shaping not just individual lives but the destiny of Rome itself. They had built a bridge of understanding that tied the people to their beliefs, their fears, and their hopes. With the village left in jubilation, the haruspice turned away from the altar, his heart heavy with the weight of foresight. The sacrifices had brought clarity, yet the shadows of the unknown still lurked just beyond the periphery. The air buzzed with unspoken questions, and as he walked through the throng, he couldn't shake the feeling that the stories of the Etruscans were not merely remnants of a bygone era, but were still alive, whispering through the hearts of the people and shaping the undercurrents of their lives. As night fell over the village, the haruspice found himself alone beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, pondering the ebb and flow of fate. The gods had spoken today, but what would they say tomorrow? The past, present, and future entwined like the roots of ancient trees, solid and deep. The echoes of Etruscan wisdom called to him, urging him to look deeper still, to understand not just the signs in the entrails but the very essence of existence itself, where every heartbeat was a prayer, every breath a testament to life's unpredictable path. In that moment, he realized that the stories of the Etruscans, of the haruspices, were woven into the very fabric of Rome. Their influence lingered, like a haunting melody that refused to be silenced, reverberating through the rituals and beliefs of a city destined for greatness. And as he stood beneath the stars, the future unfurling before him like an uncharted map, he knew that the journey of divination, of understanding the divine, was just beginning. Each day would bring new challenges, new revelations, and with them, the ancient wisdom of the Etruscans would continue to guide the way. In the flickering shadows of the Roman Senate, a hush fell over the crowd as the high priest stepped forward, clutching a bundle of ancient texts that seemed to pulse with a power all their own. The air was thick with anticipation, electric, as whispers of prophecy danced between the senators, each one acutely aware that in his hands lay the Sibylline books, sacred texts that could tilt the balance of fate itself. Just the sight of those fragile pages sent shivers down spines. They weren't merely words penned long ago, but a living echo of divine will, ready to be unleashed. Before the books were revealed, a brief history flickered in the minds of the gathered men. These texts, believed to be composed by a mysterious oracle known as the Sibyl, had traveled through time, their secrets safeguarded, their wisdom sought by rulers and commoners alike. Legend spoke of how the Sibyl had once offered her collection to the last king of Rome, Tarquin the Proud, and when he rejected her, she burned 3 of the 9 volumes in a fiery display of defiance. Every senator felt the weight of that moment, knowing it had set in motion a legacy defined by desperation, reverence, and power. As the high priest unfurled the first scroll, a tension crackled in the air. The words were not just letters on paper. They were incantations, threads woven into the fabric of Rome's destiny. With each syllable spoken, visions of triumphs and tragedies flashed before the senators' eyes. Wars waged, cities razed, and gods appeased. The power of the books lay not merely in their content but in their ability to manipulate the heartstrings of leaders, guiding them toward decisions that would shape history. A young senator, Quintus, felt his heart race as he leaned forward, yearning to absorb every word. He had seen Rome through turbulent times, its glory tarnished by whispers of doom and despair. What if these texts held the key to restoring the Republic? What if they foretold not just destruction but a rebirth? With hope and fear wrestling in his chest, he strained to hear the high priest's voice, the echo of prophecy winding its way through the Senate hall. The words rolled like thunder, carrying with them warnings and promises. The Sibylline books spoke of calamities that could be averted through piety and sacrifice. They mentioned plagues that could ravage the streets of Rome if the gods were angered, and they called for the restoration of temples and the performance of sacred rites. Each phrase ignited a fire in the hearts of the senators. They felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon them. Would they listen? Would they act? Or would they, like Tarquin, dismiss the warnings, allowing the fates to spiral into chaos? Outside, the streets of Rome thrummed with life, but in the Senate, it felt as though time itself had stalled. A sense of urgency gripped the room. The Sibylline books had long been a source of political influence, their cryptic messages often exploited to sway public opinion or justify military actions. The knowledge that these texts held immense power, both to guide and to manipulate, left the senators in a state of restless agitation. On one side, conservative members argued for caution, their voices trembling with trepidation. They recalled tales of the past when misguided interpretations of the sacred texts had led to disastrous wars. On the other side, the ambitious and the desperate pushed for action, their eyes gleaming with visions of glory and conquest. "We cannot let this opportunity slip through our fingers," they cried, invoking the very spirits of Rome's ancestors. Caught in the storm of competing emotions, Quintus felt overwhelmed. He had entered the Senate seeking hope for Rome's future, yet the very wisdom meant to guide them was tearing them apart. The very idea that one could bend the will of the gods with the right offering or interpretation was intoxicating. And yet, what if they were wrong? What if the books foretold doom that they could not escape? He could feel the sweat bead on his brow, the impending sense of doom clawing at his insides. As the high priest continued to read from the scrolls, the visions they conjured began to swirl and coalesce into a haunting image. Frightened citizens fleeing from a city on fire, the cries of mothers for their lost children echoing through the night. The senators exchanged glances, the gravity of their choices weighing heavily upon them. They were not merely politicians. They were guardians of the future, and those ancient pages held their fate in a delicate balance. In the midst of this turmoil, a sharp voice broke through the haze. A senator known for his cunning, Lucius, rose to speak. His words dripped with calculated intent, weaving a narrative filled with hope yet tinged with fear. The Sibylline books are not merely a record of our past. They are a guide for our future. If we listen, we shall emerge from this darkness stronger than we ever were. The tension in the room shifted as his rhetoric swept over the senators like a wave, igniting a fire in their bellies. Yet, beneath the surface, a darker undercurrent flowed. Lucius's ambitions were clear. His eyes sparkled with the prospect of power. If leveraged correctly, the Sibylline books could not only save Rome but elevate him to heights of influence he had only dreamed of. Quintus, sensing the undercurrents of manipulation, felt a chill crawl down his spine. Was the fate of Rome truly in the hands of texts that could be twisted to serve personal desires? As the discussion grew more fervent, the high priest raised his hand, silencing the room. He spoke not just of prophecies but of the gods, of the sacred duty that lay upon the shoulders of the senators. The air became thick with reverence, and even the most hardened hearts felt the pull of something larger than themselves. They were standing at a crossroads, with the echoes of the Sibylline prophecies ringing in their ears, urging them to remember their lineage, their duty, and the weight of their decisions. The tension swirled like a tempest, and in that charged atmosphere, a decision loomed. A decision that could ignite the fires of war or usher in an age of peace. The Sibylline books had spoken, their whispers transforming the fabric of political life in Rome. The question remained: would they heed the message, or would ambition lead them astray? Unbeknownst to them, the true essence of the Sibylline books was not merely the prophecies they contained, but the very act of seeking guidance from the divine, an act that would forever alter the course of their lives and the fate of Rome itself. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient cobblestones of Rome, where echoes of whispered prophecies lingered like the fading light. In the bustling forum, merchants hawked their wares, unaware that the weight of destiny hung in the air, thick with the anticipation of an oracle's words. A figure, cloaked in mystery, stood on the steps of the Temple of Apollo, eyes gleaming with a foreboding knowledge that sent chills down the spines of those gathered. It was here, amidst the grandeur of marble columns and the scent of incense, that the power of prophecy fused with the very fabric of Roman life, intertwining fate and free will in a complex dance. The Romans revered the past, weaving myths and legends into their daily existence. Prophets and oracles were not mere figures of the imagination. They were conduits of divine wisdom, their utterances seen as threads in the tapestry of time. Every whisper of a prophecy sparked both hope and dread, for with each prediction came the tantalizing possibility of glorious triumph or devastating failure. The tales of figures like the Sibyls swirled through the city, each one a ghostly reminder of the weight of foreknowledge. These women, with their cryptic messages, became symbols of the divine, their prophecies seeking to illuminate the dark path of the future. In a quiet corner of the city, a young soldier named Marcus clutched a worn scroll, its edges frayed from years of handling. The scroll contained the words of the famous Sibyl of Cumae, foretelling Rome's rise and the blood that would be shed in its name. As he read, visions danced before his eyes, glorious parades celebrating conquest and the anguished cries of those left in ruin. It was as if the scroll had woven itself into his very soul, igniting a fire within him. Would he become a hero or a villain? Would he be remembered for his bravery or cursed for his actions? The weight of the prophecy clung to him like a shroud, both comforting and suffocating. In the grand halls of power, senators exchanged anxious glances as they debated the latest declarations from the oracles. The Roman elite understood that prophecies could be double-edged swords, capable of steering the course of nations. On one hand, they could inspire great deeds. On the other, they could destroy reputations and incite fear. As the senators deliberated, a young priest entered with a shaking hand. He bore news from the Temple of Jupiter, where the omens had spoken in riddles. The air was thick with tension. The fate of the Republic hung in the balance. Would a war break out? Would they face betrayal from within their ranks? The priest's lips trembled as he revealed the message, each word heavy with foreboding. As rumors of the priest's announcement spread, a sense of urgency enveloped the city. The common folk gathered in clusters, discussing the implications of the prophecies that seemed to pulse through the streets like a heartbeat. They whispered of doom and salvation, of heroes yet to be born and tyrants yet to rise. Street vendors abandoned their stalls, captivated by the electric energy that surrounded them. It was a moment suspended in time, where each citizen felt the grip of fate tighten around their hearts. In the cool shade of a nearby olive tree, an old woman named Livia listened, her face a map of lines that told tales of joy and sorrow. She had seen the rise and fall of great leaders, and she understood the power of prophecy. The words of the Sibyl had guided her family, shaping her destiny and that of her children. As she shared her stories, the crowd grew silent, drawn to the wisdom of her age. Her voice, a soothing balm, spoke of the cyclical nature of time and the inevitability of fate. "What is foretold will be," she said, her eyes glinting like stars. "But how we respond is our own choosing." Yet, there were those who scoffed at the prophecies. Skeptics walked the streets, rolling their eyes at the superstitions that gripped their fellow citizens. They believed that fate was not a predetermined script, but a series of choices made in the moment. They dared to challenge the oracles, to forge their paths without the weight of ancient words guiding their every step. This tension crackled in the air, creating a dynamic push and pull between belief and doubt. The arena echoed with roars as gladiators prepared for battle, their fates seemingly written in the blood-soaked sands. Among them was a young fighter named Quintus, who had heard whispers that he would one day be the champion of Rome. The very idea sent shivers down his spine. Would the prophecy hold true? As he stood in the shadows, he reflected on the stories passed down through generations, tales of men who had risen to glory only to be cast down by their own hubris. He gripped his weapon tighter, feeling the weight of both hope and despair. The air was electric, filled with the scent of sweat and the promise of blood, a crucible of destiny waiting to unfold. At that moment, all eyes turned to the entrance of the arena. A figure emerged, adorned in regal robes, a soothsayer of sorts, eyes shrouded in a veil of mystery. As he stepped forward, silence fell like a heavy curtain. He raised his hands, and the crowd held its breath. Would he speak words of glory or doom? The tension was palpable, every person leaning forward, awaiting the revelation that could alter the course of their lives. The soothsayer's voice rang out, each syllable cutting through the air like a blade, as he began to weave a tale that would merge the myths of the past with the realities of the present. With every prophecy uttered, the city pulsed, a living entity steeped in the echoes of its own history. The figures of deities, the whispers of long-forgotten sibyls, the weight of the past, all coalesced into a singular truth. Prophecy was not just a prediction. It was a reflection of the human spirit, a mirror held up to the choices that lie ahead. And as the sun fell beneath the horizon, leaving a tapestry of stars scattered across the night sky, the stories of Rome continued to unfold, each prophecy a thread woven into the vast fabric of its destiny. The evening air buzzed with possibility, the stage set for the next act in a tale that was far from over. In ancient Rome, the air crackled with tension as the Senate convened, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows on the marble walls. Senators, draped in togas, exchanged furtive glances, knowing that their power was inextricably linked to the whims of the gods. At the center of this political maelstrom stood Julius Caesar, his brow furrowed, contemplating the weight of his decisions. He wasn't just a man. He was a bridge between the divine and the mortal. The rituals performed in temples were not mere ceremonies. They were the lifeblood of his authority, the sacred threads that wove together the fabric of Roman society. Across the ages, leaders have often felt the pulse of their nations resonate with the rhythmic beats of sacred drums and chants. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were seen as living gods. The grand ceremonies, with their gold-encrusted rituals and mesmerizing dances, were not just spectacles. They were declarations of divine rule. When Ramses II raised his arms to the sky, offering incense to Ra, the sun god, the people below felt the earth tremble with reverence. The power of the pharaoh surged as he connected the realm of men with the celestial, and the crowd roared, their faith igniting a fire within them, uniting them under one divine banner. In the heart of the Aztec Empire, the sun blazed overhead as a priest prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. The political leader, Moctezuma II, stood by, shrouded in a cloak of feathers, his heart racing as he watched the ritual unfold. The heartbeat of the drums echoed through the temple, mingling with the cries of the faithful. Blood flowed like rivers, a testament to the belief that such offerings would ensure cosmic balance. The people believed they were not just subjects. They were part of a grand tapestry woven with threads of power, spirituality, and sacrifice. Their loyalty to Moctezuma was intricately tied to their devotion to the gods, creating an unbreakable bond that stirred the very essence of their being. Meanwhile, in the distant lands of feudal Japan, the shogunate wielded its power not through mere force, but through a delicate dance of ritual and respect. The cherry blossoms swayed gently in the breeze as leaders summoned the spirits of their ancestors during elaborate ceremonies. When a shogun knelt before the sacred shrine, offering rice and sake, the nation held its breath. Each gesture resonated deeply within the hearts of the people, reminding them that their leader was a vessel for something greater. The harmony between political authority and spiritual reverence was palpable. It draped the nation in a shroud of loyalty, binding the people to their leader in a vow that transcended time. As the sun set on the Middle Ages, Europe was a tapestry of kingdoms, each ruler vying for legitimacy. The Pope, robed in white, held immense sway over kings and emperors alike. When Charlemagne knelt before him, accepting the crown of the Holy Roman Empire, the echo of the Pope's blessing reverberated through the centuries. The masses looked on, awestruck, believing that this union was ordained by the heavens. The sacred ceremony was not just about power. It was a promise, a bond that tied the rulers to the divine, ensuring their reign was not just human ambition but a divine mandate. But the symbiosis of power and spirituality was not without its darker shadows. In the New World, the Spanish conquistadors marched into the realm of the Inca, brandishing their swords and crosses. Atahualpa, the last emperor, was ensnared in a web of manipulation, convinced that embracing the Christian faith would save his people. The tragic irony hung heavy in the air as the Spanish executed their plans, cloaking their greed in the guise of salvation. The rituals of both the conquerors and the conquered collided, a violent clash of belief systems that left scars etched into the soil. The land itself bore witness to the betrayal, the cries of the oppressed resonating with the echo of shattered faith. In more recent times, the world has seen the power of political leaders entwined with religious fervor. The fervent crowds gathered in the shadow of the towering minarets in the Middle East, chanting slogans that echoed through the valleys. The leaders who emerged from these gatherings wielded their faith like a sword. Each sermon stirred the souls of the masses, transforming them into a force of nature. The symbiotic relationship between the leaders and the faithful created a potent energy that could topple regimes and ignite revolutions. The air was thick with passion. Decisions made in the heat of ritual could bring nations to their knees or elevate them to new heights. In the bustling streets of modern democracies, the echoes of ancient rituals still resonate. Politicians, with their carefully crafted speeches, call upon the spirits of unity and hope. They visit churches and synagogues, lighting candles and sharing prayers, hoping to capture the hearts of their constituents. The blend of politics and spirituality remains a potent elixir, a way to forge connections in a complex world. In these fleeting moments, the leaders become more than mere politicians. They morph into symbols of hope, carrying the weight of the people's dreams and aspirations. Yet, beneath the surface, the tension simmers. The haunting question lingers: how far will leaders go to maintain their grip on power? In every corner of the world, the dance of political leaders and religious rituals continues, a delicate balance of faith and authority. The air is thick with anticipation, as the stage is set for the next act in this timeless drama. The sacred and the secular remain forever intertwined, each feeding off the other in an endless cycle, leaving the world breathless, waiting for the next ritual to unfold, the next leader to rise, and the next moment where the divine whispers through the hearts of men. In ancient Rome, the air crackled with anticipation as the sun began to rise over the Forum. The first rays of light bathed the grand buildings in a golden glow, casting long shadows that danced like spirits around the bustling crowds. And amid it all, one figure stood with the weight of the world upon his shoulders, the Pontifex Maximus. Clad in the ceremonial robes that symbolized his divine office, he was more than a mere priest. He was the living bridge between the earthly and the divine, a beacon of moral authority in a city teeming with ambition and intrigue. With every step he took, whispers trailed behind him, laden with secrets and shadows. The role of the Pontifex Maximus transcended religious duties. It wove itself into the very fabric of state affairs. The people looked to him not only for spiritual guidance but for wisdom that could steer the fate of the Republic. In a time when political alliances shifted like sand, the Pontifex Maximus was a stabilizing force, revered and feared in equal measure. His day began with rituals that echoed through the ages, sacrifices made to the gods, invocations that stirred the very essence of Roman identity. Each prayer was not merely an act of devotion. It was a declaration of power, a silent assertion that the favor of the gods could tilt the balance of fortune. As he offered a sacred grain or the blood of a sacrificial animal, he felt the pulse of the city quicken, a visceral reminder that every action in the temple resonated through the streets of Rome like a distant drum. The citizens looked for omens, signs that could foretell the future, and the Pontifex Maximus was their interpreter, a seer amidst the chaos. But with great power came great danger. The Senate, a chamber filled with ambitious men, eyed him warily. Some sought his favor, hoping to be blessed by the gods through his intercession, while others plotted in the shadows, devising schemes that could undermine his authority. The manipulation of religious sentiment became a potent weapon in the hands of politicians. A single misstep, a wrongly interpreted omen, could spark a crisis that would leave the city in turmoil. The tension in the air was palpable, thick with uncertainty, as the Pontifex Maximus navigated this intricate web of loyalty and betrayal. His influence extended beyond the sacred rites. In the grand halls of the Senate, he was a silent but persuasive presence. Senators often sought his counsel, aware that his endorsement could lend legitimacy to their ambitions. Decisions regarding war, peace, and law often rested on his auspicious approval. The Pontifex Maximus was both ally and adversary, a figure who could shift the tides of politics with the mere hint of a smile or the frown of disapproval. His voice, though rarely raised, carried an authority that silenced the most boisterous of debates. As the sun reached its zenith, the city buzzed with excitement. Festivals celebrating the gods were in full swing, a vibrant tapestry of color and sound. Here, the Pontifex Maximus was at the center, draped in the rich colors that signified both his earthly role and his connection to the divine. The people adored him, not just as a priest, but as a symbol of their shared faith and culture. They cheered as he made his way through the streets, the aroma of incense swirling around him, mingling with the fragrant offerings laid at the altars. Yet, in the depths of his heart, a flicker of doubt ignited, a fear that the fragile balance he maintained might be shattered by those who would exploit the faith for their gain. The rituals were often a spectacle of spectacle, but they were also a performance fraught with tension. Each sacrifice carried weight, a sacred responsibility that could mean the difference between blessing and catastrophe. The Pontifex Maximus understood that the gods were capricious. Their favor was fleeting, and their wrath could be devastating. When a drought afflicted the fields, or an enemy threatened the borders, the populace turned to him, their eyes filled with desperation. In those moments, he felt the full brunt of his duality, the simultaneous reverence and pressure that defined his existence. As dusk fell, the shadows lengthened, and the city transformed. Beneath the cover of darkness, secret meetings flickered to life, hushed voices plotting in dimly lit chambers. The Pontifex Maximus was often the unwitting pawn in these power plays. His approval or disapproval could sway entire factions, and some men would stop at nothing to manipulate him. Double agents whispered sweet promises, while others spun tales of doom should he refuse to support their agendas. The stakes were high, and the air was thick with tension. Yet, even as he maneuvered through this tumultuous landscape, there was a flicker of hope. The Pontifex Maximus believed in the sacred duty he carried. In the quiet moments before dawn, he would retreat to his temple, seeking solace in the prayers that had been passed down through generations. The quiet strength of his ancestors flowed through him, reminding him that he was more than a mere politician. He was a guardian of tradition, a protector of the Roman soul. The weight of the state rested not only on the shoulders of generals and senators but also on his, and he refused to let that weight crush him. In the stillness of the night, he found clarity, a renewed sense of purpose. He envisioned a Rome where faith and politics could intertwine without falling into chaos, where the divine could guide the hands of men towards justice and prosperity. Yet, as dawn broke anew, the flickering shadows of political games loomed larger. The Senate reconvened, and with it, the tides of fate began to shift once more. The Pontifex Maximus stood on the brink, poised to make decisions that would echo through time, creating ripples in the very heart of the Republic. The stage was set, and the players were in position, each with their own vision of what Rome should be. The air was electric, filled with the promise of change, yet fraught with the peril of unseen consequences. The heart of Rome throbbed with anticipation, and the Pontifex Maximus could hear the call of destiny echoing in the distance, a haunting refrain that beckoned him forward into the storm. In a small, dimly lit room, the flickering of candles cast shadows on ancient stone walls, echoing the whispers of those who walked before. The air was thick with incense, and the scent of burning sage mingled with the palpable tension that hung in the atmosphere. Here, unseen forces were at play, where rituals intertwined with destinies, shaping the very fabric of society. In ancient Rome, the powerful gathered, cloaked in the attire of authority. Their voices resonated with conviction, yet it was the heartbeat of the rituals that truly commanded the attention of the masses. The Lupercalia festival unfolded, a frenzied celebration filled with laughter, music, and an undercurrent of raw energy. Young men, their faces painted with ash, ran through the streets, striking women with strips of goat skin. To the untrained eye, it seemed like mere revelry, but beneath the surface, there was a deeper message about fertility and the continuation of the state. Here, amidst the chaos, the citizens found their connection to the gods, their lives intertwined with the fate of the empire. Across the ocean, in the sacred lands of the Aztecs, the sun blazed fiercely over the pyramid of Tenochtitlan, its rays illuminating the faces of those who gathered for the Tlacaxipulisli, the festival of flaying. It was a harrowing spectacle, pulsating with the rhythm of drums and the haunting sounds of flutes. The air was thick with anticipation as a priest led the chosen warriors, their bodies painted with symbols of valor. They knew that their sacrifice would ensure the sun would rise again, preserving their world from darkness. The crowd, filled with fear and awe, felt the weight of their ancestors as the ritual unfolded. Each heartbeat echoed a history soaked in blood, sacrifice, and an unyielding faith in a cyclical existence. The political implications were as sharp as the obsidian blades that glistened in the sun, binding the people through shared beliefs and communal destiny. As the sun set over the vast plains of Africa, the Maasai warriors gathered for Nkai's blessing, a ritual steeped in tradition. The rhythmic chanting filled the evening air, a melody that had reverberated through generations. Clad in their shuka, vibrant red and blue fabric representing strength and unity, their voices rose in unison, calling upon the divine. The ritual signified more than just a request for rain or bountiful cattle. It was a declaration of their identity and the assertion of their sovereignty. The political strength derived from their unity was unmistakable. Here, in this moment of reverence, they recognized that their culture thrived in a world that often sought to undermine it. In the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, the citizens of Paris gathered for Bastille Day, a modern ritual that celebrated liberty and the spirit of revolution. The echoes of cannon fire and the roar of the crowd filled the air, a cacophony of emotion that sent chills down the spines of those present. It was a day that spoke not just to the past but to the future, reminding everyone that power belonged to the people. Fireworks lit the sky, bursting with colors that reflected their hopes and dreams, while the chants of liberté, égalité, fraternité resonated through the streets. The ritual was a political statement, a powerful reminder of the sacrifices made for freedom, and a call to arms against tyranny. Meanwhile, in the distant hills of Tibet, the sound of prayer flags flapping in the wind intertwined with the soft chant of monks during the ritual of the butter lamp. As they flicked the flame to life, it was not merely a prayer for their own peace but a collective offering to all sentient beings. In those flickering lights, the essence of compassion and the political implications of nonviolence shimmered brightly. The act of lighting a lamp held a profound significance, a silent protest against the oppressive forces that sought to diminish their culture. Each lamp illuminated the path of resistance, their flickering flames defying darkness and instilling hope in the hearts of many. In the depths of the Amazon rainforest, the indigenous tribes gathered for the sacred Yawanawa ceremony, where the spirit of nature was honored. As they danced, adorned in vibrant feathers and beads, the beat of drums resonated through the trees, calling upon ancestral spirits. Each movement was a reminder of their bond with the earth, a connection that extended far beyond their individual lives. Political implications surged through the air, as their dance represented a defiance against encroachment, a call to protect their land and way of life. The vibrant energy of the ritual stirred a sense of urgency, compelling onlookers to recognize the importance of preserving indigenous cultures in a world threatened by exploitation. Back in the throes of history, the ceremonial crowning of Charlemagne marked not just the elevation of a king, but a pivotal moment in the intertwining of politics and faith. As the Pope placed the crown upon his head, a collective gasp echoed in the grand halls of St. Peter's Basilica. It was an emotional moment, one that tied the fate of the Church to the authority of the empire. The legitimacy bestowed upon Charlemagne was a powerful statement, merging spirituality with governance. The political landscape of Europe would never be the same, as the sacred act tethered them to a divine mandate, convincing the populace that their loyalty was to both the throne and the heavens. As the rituals unfolded, the air crackled with emotion, each moment steeped in tension and significance. The threads of politics and faith intertwined so seamlessly that it was often hard to separate them. The candles flickered, shadows danced, and the echoes of the past lingered in every heartbeat, every breath. Each ritual was more than an act. It was a living testament to the unbreakable bond between power and belief, woven into the very tapestry of human existence. And just as one story faded, another began to emerge, ready to ensnare hearts and minds in its embrace, a reminder that the dance between history, emotion, and politics was a never-ending cycle. The flames crackled in the midst of the ancient stone circle, their light flickering like whispers of the long gone. It was a night thick with tension, the air charged with anticipation and the scent of burning herbs. A handful of villagers gathered, their faces illuminated in shades of orange and shadows, eyes wide with a mix of fear and reverence. Tonight was a night of sacrifice, a night to reach out to the divine. In countless cultures throughout history, sacrifices have been the bridge between humanity and the divine. From the towering ziggurats of Mesopotamia, where priests would offer the blood of lambs, to the sacred altars of the Inca, where golden offerings were thrown into the roaring fires of the Andes, the act of giving up something precious has been central to spiritual practices. It was not mere superstition. It was a deeply rooted belief that the gods watched over them, and only through sincere offerings could they gain favor. As the villagers formed a circle, their hearts raced with the weight of generations of tradition. They believed that the gods were listening, waiting to be appeased. The village elder, a woman with silver-streaked hair and eyes reflecting wisdom, stepped forward. She clutched the ceremonial dagger, its blade shimmering under the moonlight, as she began to chant ancient prayers passed down through the years. Each word was steeped in history, echoing the voices of ancestors long gone. Sacrifices were never easy. They demanded courage, a willingness to let go of what was loved for the promise of protection and prosperity. In ancient Egypt, the pharaohs would offer vast treasures and food to the gods, ensuring that the afterlife was filled with comfort and abundance. The The pyramids themselves were built as grand tributes, where the dead would take their riches into the eternal realm. Every stone laid was a testament to faith, a connection to the divine, and a hope that the gods would grant them favor even beyond the grave. As the elder's voice rose, so too did the intensity of the ritual. The villagers joined her in harmony, a chorus of hope and fear intertwining. Their thoughts drifted to loved ones suffering from illness, crops that had failed, and the looming threat of drought. Each prayer was a plea, every note a longing for relief. The flames danced higher, reaching toward the stars, as if attempting to grasp the attention of celestial beings. In the silent corners of time, sacrifices have taken on many forms. The Aztecs, with their elaborate temples, believed that the sun itself needed human blood to rise each day. It was a gruesome practice, but in the minds of the people it was a necessary duty. They believed that to maintain the balance of the universe, they must give something of immense value. And so, the beating hearts of those chosen were offered to the gods, their cries echoing through the canyons, swallowed by the winds. But sacrifices were not solely about offering life. In ancient Greece, animals were often decorated with flowers, adorned in garlands before being led to the altar. This celebration of life was a way to honor the deities, to show gratitude for the bounties they had received. The villagers would feast after the rituals, sharing in a community's joy and connection to the divine. It was a reminder that every sacrifice, even the smallest, could yield blessings not only for the individual but for the entire community. Back in the stone circle, the elder raised the dagger, its sharp edge glinting ominously. The villagers held their breath, a collective heartbeat echoing in the still air. She knew what was to come and felt the weight of their hopes resting upon her shoulders. The chanting grew louder, more urgent, as the flames crackled wildly, illuminating faces that were both terrified and awestruck. Sacrifice was a gateway, and they all knew it. In the depths of history, sacrifices were often made in times of desperation. During the Great Plague, towns all over Europe turned to prayer and offerings, hoping to sway the wrath of God. Livestock were slaughtered, coins thrown into rivers, as people sought to cleanse their communities of the disease. They believed that through their pain, they could communicate with the divine, and perhaps earn a reprieve from their suffering. The villagers, too, clung to this belief. The elder whispered an invocation to the spirits of the earth, air, and water. The sky darkened, and a gust of wind whipped through the stones, sending chills down their spines. It felt as if the gods were indeed listening, teetering on the edge of their world, ready to respond. The moment of sacrifice approached, each heartbeat drumming louder in anticipation. The elder's hand trembled as she knelt before the flame, the energy swirling around them, a tangible force. The dagger rose once more, and the atmosphere thickened with emotion. Fear, hope, desperation. The villagers leaned forward, every pair of eyes fixed on the flame, every heart united in a single powerful plea. Sacrifice was more than an offering. It was a promise, a bond woven through the fabric of existence. It connected the living with the unseen, the present with the past. Time itself seemed to suspend as the elder's voice rang out once more, imploring the gods with words dipped in sincerity. In that moment, it felt as though history itself had come alive, echoing through their voices, the very essence of humanity screaming for connection. In the midst of this charged atmosphere, the air shimmered with the potential of something miraculous. The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced like spirits around the stone circle. And in the heart of the ritual, as they offered their sacrifice, they felt a shift, a stirring of energy that hinted at something wonderful, something beyond their comprehension. The elder's heart raced, her grip on the dagger steadied by an overwhelming sense of purpose. She could feel the weight of the villagers' hopes, their dreams, and their fears. It was not just about them anymore. It was about the legacy of every soul that had come before, every sacrifice made in the name of connection to the divine. And as the dagger plunged into the heart of the night, the villagers felt the air crackle with magic, binding them to something far greater than themselves, a link to the gods that had watched over them for generations. And in that unbreakable connection, the world shimmered with possibility. The very essence of life was at the brink of transformation, as the gods were poised to respond. In that moment, the veil between realms was so thin, it felt as though the heavens themselves might open, ready to shower blessings upon those who dared to believe. A new chapter was waiting, poised to unfold into the next act of their timeless dance with destiny. In a time when the clang of swords and the cries of battle reigned like a thunderstorm, there stood priests draped in robes, their hands raised in fervent supplication as they beckoned divine favor upon warriors poised for conflict. The flickering flames of torches cast shadows on their solemn faces, illuminated by the weight of responsibility resting on their shoulders. These men of God were not merely spiritual guides. They were architects of destiny, steering the course of empires with whispered prayers and sacred rituals. The night before a decisive battle, the air was thick with tension. Soldiers gathered around the flickering campfires, their faces painted with the mixture of fear and hope. Nearby, the priests prepared for the sacred rites that would precede the clash of swords. They knew that their words had the power to ignite the hearts of men, to bolster their courage, or to plunge them into despair. The priests, with their intricate knowledge of the gods, understood that a single misstep could lead to calamity. They consulted the stars, examined animal entrails, and pored over ancient texts, seeking signs that would inform the military leaders. Each gesture, every chant, held the promise of life or death. One such priest, Eldrin, stood at the crossroads of fate. His brow furrowed deeply as he pondered the omens. He had seen the signs, the dark clouds gathering, the restless winds, portents that whispered of impending doom. Yet he felt the weight of his position. The general, a towering figure with a heart full of ambition, sought his counsel with desperation. "Will the gods favor us?" the general asked, voice trembling, straining against the roar of uncertainty that filled him. Eldrin, a flicker of doubt gnawing at his insides, hesitated. Would he follow the path of truth, risking the wrath of the general if he misled him? Or should he speak of auspicious omens to bolster the spirits of the men? In another camp across the valley, an opposing priest named Kalen stood before a shrine dedicated to the war deity. He, too, felt the undercurrents of fear swirling around him, the anxious energy radiating from the soldiers readying themselves for battle. With a heart that beat fiercely for his people, Kalen had witnessed bloodshed too many times. "Today, we seek your strength," he prayed, feeling the fervent hopes of his warriors pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. Each flicker of the candle flames seemed to resonate with the cries of ancestors long past, their spirits hovering, waiting for their voices to be heard. Both priests, unaware of one another, crafted their messages, their tongues weaving a tapestry of faith that would either lift their armies to victory or cast them into the abyss of defeat. The dawn broke, casting a golden hue across the battlefield. As the two armies stood facing one another, hearts pounding in unison, the priests were thrust into the heart of the fray, their words echoing like thunder in the ears of the soldiers. "Fight for your gods," Eldrin shouted, his voice a clarion call that sliced through the morning mist. "The heavens are with you." Each word was a spear, piercing the doubts that dulled the resolve of the men. As adrenaline surged, the soldiers drew their swords, their eyes alight with renewed purpose. Eldrin felt the energy swell around him. He was more than a priest. He was a catalyst of courage. Meanwhile, Kalen, in a haze of fervent devotion, rallied his own troops. "Remember your loved ones. Their breaths are intertwined with your valor." His heart raced as he watched their faces transform, fear turning into fierce determination. The gods smiled upon them, or so he believed, with each soldier channeling the love for their families into their weapons. The clashing of swords echoed like a symphony of chaos. The priests, though not wielding weapons, were combatants in their own right, wielding faith and conviction with every prayer and invocation. As the battle raged, Eldrin and Kalen's voices melded with the cries of warriors. They felt the surge of energy, an invisible thread weaving through the chaos, binding the hearts of men to their cause. But as the sun climbed higher, dark shadows loomed over the field. The tide of battle shifted. Eldrin, witnessing his soldiers falter, turned back to the heavens, pleading for solace. "O divine powers, do not abandon us!" he screamed, desperation clawing at his throat. The earth trembled under the weight of human ambition and divine judgment. Kalen, sensing the shift, gripped his amulet tightly and urged his troops onward. "Stand firm. The gods walk beside us." Yet, doubt began to creep into his heart as he saw the weariness settling upon his comrades. In that moment, the priests became entwined in a struggle not just of armies, but of belief itself. The soldiers could feel the pulse of their priest's faith, and in turn, their faith began to ripple through the ranks like a wildfire. The cries of the wounded and the fallen mingled with the chants of the priests, creating a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. As blood soaked the soil, it mingled with the prayers that rose like smoke into the sky, begging for answers, for mercy, for a sign. But as the battle reached its zenith, uncertainty wrapped around both priests like a shroud. Eldrin's heart sank as he saw his men retreating, their spirits crushed, while Kalen felt the weight of victory teetering precariously on the edge of disaster. The gods remained silent, leaving behind only the echoes of prayers once powerful, now wavering in the gusts of fate. Eldrin and Kalen, standing on opposite sides of the battlefield, locked eyes for a brief moment, and in that fleeting second, they understood the burden each carried. They were more than mere conduits of divine will. They were human, bound by the same fears and hopes as the men they guided. The realization struck with painful clarity. Each prayer, each ritual, was a reflection of their deepest desires and fears for their people. The echo of swords clashing morphed into a haunting symphony of anguish, a reminder of the thin line between faith and despair. As dusk fell, the remnants of the battle lay scattered across the land. Unsung heroes and nameless warriors now rested in silence, their fates intertwined with the whispered prayers of the priests who had sought divine guidance. The battlefield, once a stage for valor, transformed into a tapestry of sorrow and glory, forever binding the destinies of men, gods, and the priests who dared to dream. In that moment of stillness, as shadows lengthened across the blood-soaked ground, a new story began to unfurl, one that would entwine the fates of priests and soldiers in ways that would echo through history. And while the battle may have ended, the influence of those sacred voices would resonate on, shaping the hearts of generations to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dusty streets of ancient Jerusalem. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with the fragrance of incense and the sound of murmurs rising from a gathered crowd. Families, farmers, and merchants leaned in, their faces lit with the flickering hope of change. Today was not just another day. Today, the priests would speak. For centuries, the priests had stood as the mediators between the divine and the people, their garments flowing like rivers of silk, embroidered with gold and blue, shimmering in the late afternoon light. Clusters of onlookers formed a living tapestry of expectant faces, each one holding a personal prayer, a whispered desire, longing for the priests to announce a message that could change everything. The atmosphere was electric, a palpable energy that made hearts race and palms sweat. Suddenly, from the grand entrance of the temple, the high priest emerged, his voice a clarion call that pierced through the murmurings. As he ascended the steps, the crowd fell silent, the weight of sacred authority pressing upon them. With each step, he commanded attention, his aura almost otherworldly, a beacon guiding lost souls toward hope. The sun's rays caught the jewels adorning his breastplate, refracting light like a divine signal from above. People of this sacred city, his voice rolled like thunder, powerful and charismatic. Today, the Lord has a word for you. Gasps echoed. Whispers flew. What did the Lord have to say? Was it a message of judgment, or perhaps a promise of mercy? The crowd leaned closer, their breaths held in unison, hearts thundering in their chests. The high priest paused, allowing the tension to build, to swell like a storm on the horizon. Within that moment, time hung suspended, as if even the very air around them recognized the gravity of what was to unfold. He lifted his hands, adorned in rich fabric, and the crowd held their breath, caught in the rapture of faith. "Prepare your hearts," he commanded, and a wave of electricity pulsed through the throng. "For the Lord has seen your struggles. He knows your pain. He has heard your cries." Tears glistened in the eyes of mothers clutching their children, while strong men closed their fists, honoring their silent pleas for release from burdens too heavy to bear. In that moment, they were all united, a tapestry woven from countless threads of longing and desperation, waiting for the promise of deliverance. As the priest recounted tales of old, of prophets who had walked among them, of miracles that had sparked hope, the crowd hung on his every word. They envisioned the looming mountains that had been moved, the seas that had been parted, the barren lands that had blossomed with life. Each story was a seed of hope, planted deep in their hearts, ready to flower with faith. But then, with a sudden shift, the air thickened with tension. Yet, the high priest's voice rang out again, sharper, almost piercing. "Yet you must turn from your ways. The Lord demands a change. He calls for purity, for unity, for love amongst one another." Gasps turned into murmurs of disbelief. Could this be true? Was the weight of their sins too great, too heavy for divine mercy to bear? The crowd wavered, uncertainty creeping into the hearts that had just felt the warmth of hope. Could they truly find the strength to turn away from all that had ensnared them? As the high priest spoke of judgment, his voice trembled with an urgency that ignited an inner turmoil among the people. Some sank into despair, while others rallied against the call, hearts ignited with defiance. "Who will stand?" he shouted, eyes blazing with passion as he searched the crowd for those who would heed the call to transformation. "Who will rise up to serve the Lord?" In that moment, a young girl, no more than 10, stepped forward. Her small frame seemed dwarfed by the enormity of the situation, yet her spirit radiated a fierce light. With trembling hands raised, she cried out, I will stand for the Lord." Gasps filled the air again, this time mingling with gasps of hope and admiration. The crowd began to stir, inspired by her bravery. One by one, other voices joined her, as if the very power of the divine was igniting a fire within their souls. "We will," they cried. "We will change." The resolve surged through the crowd, knitting them together in a tapestry of newfound purpose. Yet the high priest, sensing the gravity of the moment, reminded them of the weight of their promises. "Change is not easy. It requires sacrifice." His voice rang like a bell, crisp and clear. "Will you dedicate yourselves to this path? Will you give up the comforts of sin for the beauty of holiness?" A hush fell over the crowd, as each heart wrestled with the choice laid before them. They felt the familiar tug of their old lives, the appeal of what they had known, battling against the shimmering promise of something greater. The sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue over the scene, illuminating faces filled with fear, determination, hope, and doubt. The weight of the moment pressed down on them, and it was then that a flicker of understanding sparked in the high priest's eyes. He realized that what he was witnessing was more than a call to change. It was the birth of a movement. With a purposeful gaze, he proclaimed, "In every heart that beats with love for one another, there is a spark of the divine. In every promise made, there is a chance for redemption." His words echoed through the crowd, a rhythmic chant of faith that reached even the most reluctant souls. Then, as the last light of day began to fade, a new voice emerged from the back, a voice trembling with raw emotion, yet powerful enough to silence the crowd. The voice of a prophet, a messenger sent to guide them through the storm of their own making. It spoke of solutions, of unity, and of a path lit by the grace that flows when hearts align under the banner of love. "The promises of the Lord are not just for the righteous," the prophet's voice soared. "They are for the weary, the broken, and the lost. Come, let us gather together, for in unity, we can shake off the chains that bind us." As the words sank into the gathering like seeds into fertile soil, the crowd erupted once more, voices intertwining in a symphony of hope. They felt the pull of destiny, the weight of a divine purpose gathering them closer, inviting them to take a step into the unknown. And so, with renewed vigor, they moved together, ready to answer the call, unaware that this moment would ripple through history, shaping destinies, igniting fires of faith yet to come. The priests had taken center stage, but it was the people, their voices, their hopes, and their dreams, that would breathe life into the prophetic announcements of the day. The air shimmered with promise, and the sun dipped below the horizon as the crowd surged forward, ready to embrace the unknown waiting just ahead. The ancient world was a stage, and on that stage, shadows danced and whispered secrets of power. Prophecies flew on the wings of wind, often landing in the ears of those who yearned to hear them. In this world, a chilling truth lurked beneath the surface. The intertwining of political ambition and celestial declarations could forge destinies, or shatter them. In a dimly lit chamber, adorned with flickering oil lamps, a group of priests gathered with clenched jaws and fervent hearts. The air was thick with anticipation as they contemplated the ancient scrolls that spoke of divine will and fate. Outside, the city bustled with life, yet inside, time hung suspended, a taut string ready to snap. They were not mere spiritual guides. They were puppeteers of the ambitions that thrived on the edge of prophecy. Their ink-stained fingers could trace the lines of fate, bending them to suit the desires of the powerful. Across the city, in a grand palace, a leader with fiery ambition paced back and forth. His dreams of conquest and glory were alive, fueled by whispered promises of prophetic favor. He knew the priests held the key to his ascendance. They could shape the narrative, twist the words of the gods, and make the heavens sing his praises. The scent of incense wafted through the halls, mingling with the metallic tang of ambition. He was a master of manipulation himself, yet he knew the priests held a power he could not fully grasp. They could cloak his darker deeds in the divine light, painting him as a favored son of the gods. As the leader plotted, the priests conspired, their voices barely above a whisper. The prophecy speaks of a great leader rising from the ashes. One elder intoned, his voice tremulous with both reverence and ambition. If we mark him as the chosen one, the people will follow. We can guide their hearts and minds. The others nodded, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, a secret pact forming in the shadows. They envisioned a future where their influence stretched far, entwined with the fate of the powerful. Days turned into weeks, and soon, the leader's name graced the lips of the masses. The priests had woven their spell masterfully. The prophecy hung like a glittering jewel in the air, attracting followers like moths to a flame. Yet, with every rise, there loomed a fall. The more power he garnered, the more desperate he became to maintain it. Rumors of dissent whispered through the streets, and the leader's heart raced with dread. In the depths of the night, he summoned the priests once more, desperation clawing at his insides. "The people are restless," he urged, his voice strained. "The prophecy must be reinforced. We need a sign." The priests exchanged glances, the flickering torchlight casting shadows on their faces, revealing a mixture of resolve and fear. They knew that bending the will of the gods was a dangerous game, but their own ambitions mingled with the leaders, creating a potent concoction of temptation. As the moon hung low in the sky, the priests concocted their response, an elaborate ritual designed to invoke divine favor. They gathered at the sacred altar, their voices rising like a symphony, echoing across the hills. The flames danced wildly, as if fueled by the very essence of the gods themselves. And then it happened. A sudden gust of wind swept through the temple, extinguishing the flames and plunging the room into darkness. A collective gasp echoed, a moment of pure fear and awe washing over them. The leader, watching from a distance, felt the weight of the moment. This was a turning point, a moment that could either solidify his reign or lead to his ruin. He clutched the hilt of his sword, his heart pounding like a war drum. The priests, sensing the urgency, pressed on, determined to salvage the vision they had created. "The gods have spoken," they declared, their voices ringing out with newfound fervor. "Fear not, for you, great leader, are chosen to lead us to glory." The crowd erupted into fervent chants, swept away by the priest's fervor. And yet, beneath the surface, unease simmered. Doubts crept into the hearts of the people. Was this divine will, or were they being led astray by the puppeteers of power? In the shadows, dissent was brewing, and the leader, blinded by his ambition, failed to see the storm gathering on the horizon. In the weeks that followed, the leader became increasingly paranoid, his world spiraling as whispers of rebellion crept closer. The priests, once allies, grew wary of the growing discontent among the populace. They had crafted the prophecy to elevate him, but now it threatened to engulf them all. "We must act quickly," one priest insisted, his voice trembling. "We need another prophecy, one that will quell the unrest." And so, in the dark of night, they gathered once more, their eyes wide with fear and ambition, spinning a new tale. This time, they conjured images of impending doom, a great calamity if the leader's rule were to falter. They painted vivid pictures of chaos and destruction, invoking the wrath of the gods upon those who dared to defy the chosen one. The leader, intoxicated by power, seized upon their words, enforcing his will with an iron fist. But the more he tightened his grip, the more the people began to resist. It was as if the very air crackled with tension, a storm brewing with every heartbeat. And the priests, now trapped in a web of their own making, realized that they were no longer in control. On the outskirts of the city, a band of rebels gathered, hearts pounding with anger and determination. They recognized the manipulation at play, the puppet strings of prophecy tugged by greedy hands. Their leader, a fierce woman with fire in her eyes, rallied her followers. "We will not be pawns," she declared, her voice steady and strong. "We will write our own fate." As dawn broke over the horizon, the city stood on the brink of chaos. The air was electric, filled with the promise of change, and the priests, once the architects of destiny, now felt the ground shift beneath their feet. With the prophecy twisted and turned so many times, the hearts of the people throbbed with unrest, ready to explode. In that charged moment, the leaders of both sides braced for what was to come, caught in a tempest of ambition, faith, and rebellion. The weight of the world balanced on a knife's edge, neither side knowing whether they would emerge as victors or become mere ashes in the winds of history. The stage was set, and the climax was about to unfold, with everyone holding their breath, caught in the intricate dance of power, prophecy, and the human heart. In the flickering shadows of ancient temples, where incense curled into the air like whispered secrets, women stood at the crossroads of fate and time. Their voices sang through the ages, echoing prophecies that danced on the lips of those who dared to listen. The Sibyls, those enigmatic figures clad in flowing robes, held the weight of the world in their fragile hands. Their eyes, pools of wisdom and sorrow, glittered with the burden of truth. Each utterance was a thread woven into the tapestry of destiny, shimmering with the promise of hope or the chill of impending doom. In the bustling streets of Rome, where the cries of merchants mingled with the laughter of children, the tales of these priestesses spread like wildfire. They were not simply women. They were conduits of divine revelation, their connections to the gods granting them the power to see beyond the veil of the present. The air thrummed with anticipation whenever a Sibyl appeared in the marketplace. People hushed their conversations, hearts racing, drawn to the magnetic pull of her presence. Lives could change with a single prophecy spoken in her melodic voice, a chance for redemption or a glimpse of despair. One such Sibyl, known as the Cumean, stood at the entrance of her cave, the rocky mouth of which yawned like a dark secret. She was renowned for her prophecies, her words carrying the weight of the ages. Those who sought her wisdom came with offerings, their hearts trembling in hope or fear. She would gaze into the depths of her soul, and in the silence, the world outside faded. In that sacred space, time twisted, and visions flooded her mind. A great war, the rise of a hero, the fall of an empire. Each revelation was a gift and a curse, for knowledge could be both a sword and a shield. The Cumean's most famous prophecy came at a time of great turmoil in Rome. Soldiers marched across distant lands, the air thick with the scent of iron and blood. A group of senators, visibly shaken, approached her cave, their faces pale with worry. They needed assurance, a sign that victory was near. As she inhaled the scent of the burning incense, the visions began to swirl around her. The cave seemed to pulse with energy. Her voice, barely more than a whisper, began to spill forth, each word a heavy stone cast into the waters of fate. Beware the false promises of men, for their hearts are as fickle as the winds, she intoned, her eyes wide, as if she were peering through the very fabric of time. A great leader will rise, but darkness will follow in his wake. The senators fell silent, their breaths caught in their throats, a chill creeping down their spines. The prophecy was ambiguous yet potent, stirring fear and hope alike. Outside the cave, the world buzzed with life, yet within, a sacred stillness reigned. The Cumean's words hung heavy in the air. Her ability to see the unseen made her both revered and feared. Some hailed her as a savior, while others whispered of her as a harbinger of doom. It was a thin line between reverence and suspicion, and the weight of it pressed on her shoulders. But the Sibyls were not alone in their prophetic roles. Across the city, the priestesses of Vesta tended to the sacred hearth, their lives entwined with the very fabric of Roman society. These women were the guardians of the flame, charged with keeping the fire of the goddess alive. The flickering flames symbolized the eternal bond between the gods and the people. The Vestal virgins, bound to a vow of chastity, understood the power they held. Their silence could ignite rumors, and their words could quell the fiercest storms. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, a young Vestal named Claudia sat before the hearth, her heart racing with a mixture of dread and excitement. She had begun to experience visions of her own, snippets of the future that danced like shadows at the edge of her consciousness. The priestesses gathered around her, sensing her turmoil. Their eyes filled with understanding. They knew the burden of prophecy well. In hushed tones, they encouraged her to share her visions, to trust in her voice. As Claudia summoned the courage to speak, the flames flickered, casting eerie shapes along the walls of their sacred chamber. "I see a great calamity approaching," she said, her voice wavering yet strong. "The people will suffer unless they heed the signs. The gods are not pleased." A shiver ran through her companions, the weight of her words settling like a stone in the pit of their stomachs. In the days that followed, Claudia's vision began to unfold. Strange omens appeared in the city, animals behaving erratically, storms brewing out of season. The people of Rome were restless, and whispers of discontent filled the streets. The senators, too, sensed the shift in the air, their earlier confidence waning. They sought out the Sibyls and priestesses in desperate hopes of clarity, but found themselves instead wrapped in a web of uncertainty. As the tension mounted, the ancient city pulsed with an energy that could not be contained. The prophecies, born from the lips of women, echoed louder with each heartbeat. The voices of the Sibyls and the Vestal virgins intertwined, creating a chorus that sang of fate, despair, and the thin line that separated hope from hopelessness. Every corner of Rome felt alive with the weight of prophecy, the streets thrumming with the collective heartbeat of anticipation. And in that beautiful chaos, the women who spoke for the gods stood at the center, their power undeniable. The Sibyls, with their otherworldly insights, and the priestesses, with their sacred duties, formed an unbreakable bond. Together, they wove a narrative that would forever shape the course of history, their legacy echoing through the ages, a reminder that the voices of women, often silenced, held the keys to understanding the human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the Roman Forum, a storm began to brew, both in the sky and within the hearts of the people. The prophecies of the Sibyls and the Vestal virgins hung in the air, a portent of the trials to come. Each day passed with the tension thickening, as whispers of fate danced through the streets. The storm of change was coming, and the women who had long spoken for the gods knew they were the harbingers of both doom and hope, standing on the precipice of something monumental. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets of a city steeped in history. The air was thick with tension, crackling like static electricity before a storm. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. Political upheaval was on the horizon, and with it, a profound shift in the very fabric of society. In a small, dimly lit room, a group of visionaries gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight, each of them clutching pages stained with ink and passion. They were prophets of a sort, not in the traditional sense, but in their ability to adapt and respond to the tides of change that swept through their world. As they debated, the crackling tension in the air felt almost palpable. One voice rose above the rest, a woman with fierce, determined eyes. She spoke of a vision she had seen, a vision that spoke of a new leader rising, one who would challenge the status quo, and who possessed the resolve to stand for the people. Her words painted a picture of hope, yet also of uncertainty, as they teetered on the edge of a new era. Whispers of revolution danced in the corners of the room, entwining with the stories of the past, the fall of empires and the rise of the common man, tales of bravery and betrayal echoing through history. The room fell silent as another figure, a man with a weathered face and weary eyes, interjected. He recalled the time of the Great French Revolution, when the voices of the oppressed cried out for change, and the guillotine became a symbol of the price of political upheaval. His heart raced as he spoke of the bloodshed, the passion, and the fervor that ignited a nation. It was as if the ghosts of history had come alive in that moment, urging them to heed the lessons of the past. They could feel the weight of those stories pressing down on them, a reminder that every revolution bore the scars of sacrifice. With each story shared, the flickering candlelight seemed to grow dimmer, casting shadows that danced eerily on the walls, echoing the uncertainty that lay ahead. The group felt the pulse of the city outside, the murmurs of discontent reverberating through the streets, intertwining with their own rising fears. They understood that the prophecy they were crafting was not simply about predicting the future, but rather it was about shaping it, navigating the tumultuous waters of politics with skill and foresight. The woman's voice broke through the silence again, a spark igniting the room. We must be the change we wish to see. We can't just react, we must anticipate. Her conviction resonated deeply, weaving through their hearts like a thread. She spoke of the American Civil War, a time when brother fought against brother, and yet from that chaos emerged a nation reborn, one that would strive toward unity and equality. As she spoke, the memories of those who fought for freedom seemed to flicker around them, igniting a fire of determination within their souls. Outside, a distant rumble echoed through the streets, as if the city itself were mirroring their anxiety. The sound of boots marching, voices rising in fervor, and the clanging of metal filled the air. The group exchanged worried glances, for they understood that the winds of change were stirring. They were not merely dreamers. They were strategists, ready to adapt their prophecies to the shifting sands of political landscapes. A tension-filled silence enveloped the room once more as a newcomer entered, a young man whose very essence radiated passion. He had been on the front lines, witnessing the struggles of the people firsthand. "We cannot let the voices of the disenfranchised be silenced any longer," he implored, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "We must harness this energy, this momentum. The time for action is now." His urgency electrified the air, igniting a spark within the group. They felt it, the pulse of history urging them forward, demanding they rise to the occasion. As the night deepened, the flickering candles began to sputter, their flames dancing wildly as if caught in a tempest. The group was no longer just a collection of individuals. They had become a collective force, united by a single purpose. The echoes of past revolutions, of voices crying out for justice, became a symphony in their minds, urging them to take a stand against the tide of political oppression. Memories of gathering storms, of desperate cries for change, swirled in their thoughts like a potent elixir, awakening a longing to be part of something greater than themselves. The room was charged with anticipation as they strategized, weaving together threads of prophecy and action. They discussed the importance of adaptability, recalling the tumultuous end of the Roman Republic, when political machinations and shifting allegiances led to the rise of a dictator. They recognized that the ability to pivot to respond to the needs of the people was crucial in this charged atmosphere. They would not allow history to repeat itself. They would be the architects of their own destiny. Outside, the sounds of unrest grew louder, a fierce crescendo of voices weaving through the fabric of the night. The group felt the urgency of the moment as they huddled closer, hearts pounding in unison. They were not merely writers of prophecy. They were the leaders of tomorrow, ready to respond to the evolving political landscape with strength and clarity. The very essence of their discussion became a living, breathing entity, a testament to the power of words and deeds combined. In that dimly lit room, amidst the swirling shadows, they forged a pact with history, a commitment to adapt, to respond, to craft a new prophecy that would ripple through time. As they stood together, the energy of possibility surged through them, a vibrant force ready to meet the challenges ahead. The candlelight flickered in agreement, illuminating the path forward as their hearts synchronized with the heartbeat of a restless city. And as the night pressed on, the tension crackled in the air, foreshadowing the storm of change that lay just beyond the horizon. They knew the world outside was waiting, and so were they, ready to shape the unfolding narrative, to wield the power of adaptation, and to respond to the call of the times. The transformation was just beginning, and the real work lay ahead, a labyrinth of emotions, challenges, and triumphs waiting to be navigated. In the dim light of a flickering candle, Maria knelt on the cold stone floor of her family's chapel, her breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. The once vibrant colors of the stained glass windows, depicting saints and miracles, seemed duller now, their beauty dimmed by the shadows of uncertainty. Outside, the echoes of chaos danced through the narrow streets of her village, where the cries of the oppressed mixed with the thunderous footsteps of soldiers marching to enforce a regime that cared little for the sacred whispers that once filled these walls. Political turmoil had seeped into the very bones of her faith, shaking its foundations and leaving the devout grappling for solace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the whispers of prayer grew louder within the chapel, a desperate chorus seeking refuge from the storm outside. The air was thick with tension. Every prayer felt like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. Maria's father, a staunch believer in the old ways, had always told her that faith could withstand the fiercest tempests. But could it? Could faith truly hold firm when governments crumbled and ideologies collided like titans in a restless night? In the distant past, when kingdoms rose and fell like tides, religion was often a cornerstone in the lives of the people. It provided a sense of purpose, a shared identity amidst the chaos of war and strife. During the Crusades, for instance, fervent religious zeal propelled men across continents, leaving behind the comforts of home, all in the name of faith. Yet, this same fervor could turn deadly, as beliefs became weapons wielded in the hands of those hungry for power. Whole communities were devastated, their spiritual practices twisted into tools of oppression. The very essence of worship was tainted by the poison of political strife. As Maria clutched the rosary beads, the cool touch of the polished wood grounded her in the present, yet thoughts of the past haunted her. In ancient Rome, the Christians had faced persecution, forced to gather in secret, their faith tested by the flames of the Colosseum. Many met their end bravely, their unwavering belief shining even as the darkness threatened to engulf them. But as the tides turned and Christianity became the state religion, the same faith that had once been a source of suffering transformed into a vehicle for control, shaping empires and subduing dissenters. The church had often found itself entangled in the web of political power, sometimes rising to unimaginable heights, other times battered by the storms of rebellion. The Protestant Reformation, a seismic shift in the religious landscape, was fueled by the political turmoil of its time. Figures like Martin Luther stood firm against the ruling church, their voices rising like thunder, calling for change. Yet with every call for reform came backlash, persecution, and the bitter reality that faith could be both liberating and suffocating, depending on who held the reins of power. Back in her chapel, Maria's heart raced as a sudden commotion erupted outside. The door burst open, and a familiar face rushed in, Her brother, Tomas, his eyes wide with fear. "They're coming," he gasped, the words tumbling out as if a dam had broken. "They're rounding up anyone who defies the new order." A chill swept through the room, and Maria felt her breath catch in her throat. The warm glow of the candles now felt like a fragile flicker against the encroaching darkness. In times of upheaval, the faithful often sought refuge in their rituals, clutching tightly to traditions that had survived centuries. Yet the very practices that once united them began to fracture under the weight of fear and suspicion. Communities found themselves divided over which path to follow, some embracing the new political doctrines, while others clung to their ancestral beliefs. The sacred chants that once resonated with harmony now echoed with discord, each side believing their faith was the true path to salvation. As the shadows crept closer, Maria recalled the stories of those who had stood against tyranny. The monks of Tibet, exiled from their homeland, found a new strength in their faith, transforming their spiritual practices into a beacon of resistance. Their chants became a rallying cry, a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope could rise like a phoenix from the ashes. But what about her? Could she find a way to hold onto her faith, to keep her family safe, while the world around them crumbled? The flickering candlelight reflected in her brother's eyes, illuminating his resolve. "We need to gather the others," he urged, urgency lacing his voice. "If we stand together, we can preserve what we have left." The call for unity rang through the air, a reminder that in moments of crisis, faith often transcended individual beliefs, binding communities together in shared purpose. But even as Maria nodded, a familiar unease gnawed at her heart. Could unity survive the storm? Would their gathered strength be enough to withstand the forces that threatened to tear them apart? Outside, the chaos grew louder, the shouts and the sound of boots marching in unison echoing through the village streets. The world Maria had always known was slipping away, and she felt the weight of history pressing down upon her. Empires had crumbled before, faith had flickered like a dying flame, yet time and again, it had risen, transformed by the very struggles meant to extinguish it. As they hurried to gather their friends and neighbors, the chapel grew warmer, the flickering candles illuminating faces filled with determination and fear. In that moment of gathering, hope intertwined with anxiety, a fragile thread binding them together, each heart a sanctuary against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with a mix of prayer and defiance, a divine spark igniting the courage that had lain dormant within. But as the door creaked open and the first soldiers stepped inside, time seemed to still. Maria's heart thundered in her chest, every breath a silent prayer for protection. The soldiers, faces masked with authority, were the embodiment of the turmoil that had seeped into their lives, threatening to shatter the very essence of their faith. With every step they took, the chapel felt smaller, the walls closing in like a vice. "Stay strong," Tomas whispered, squeezing her hand. They stood together with their community, faith etched on their faces, each soul a testament to enduring belief in the face of unfathomable odds. Would history remember this moment? Would their stories be woven into the fabric of resilience that defined the human spirit? As the tension in the air thickened, the soldiers moved forward, their intentions clear. But there, in the heart of the storm, Maria felt a spark of defiance ignite. It was a flicker, a light that refused to be snuffed out, echoing the tales of those who had come before her. Faith, even in the darkest of times, was a force that shaped destinies. And as the first words were spoken, the world outside continued to unravel, while within, a new chapter was about to begin. One forged in the fires of struggle, where belief would be both a sword and a shield. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a fiery hue over the ancient city of Rome, where whispers of prophecy coiled through the cobbled streets like the smoke from 1,000 incense offerings. A hawk circled overhead, its piercing cry splitting the air, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd below. It was a moment thick with anticipation, an omen that would shape the fate of a nation. In the bustling forum, men in togas debated fiercely, their voices rising in a symphony of ambition and fear. Cicero's charisma shimmered like the sunlight on the Tiber as he spoke of omens. A flicker of the divine in the mundane that could justify actions as monumental as war or as subtle as a political maneuver. "The gods speak to us," he proclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor. "We must listen." To the common man, this was no idle talk. It was the lens through which they viewed the world. A world where every shadow held meaning and every breeze carried a warning. As the days passed, signs appeared like brushstrokes on a canvas, each more vivid and foreboding than the last. A wolf gave birth to cubs in the heart of the city, an act that stirred both awe and dread. The Senate, already a cauldron of tension, buzzed with speculation. Some claimed it was a herald of doom, a warning that the very foundations of their great republic were trembling. Others saw it as an invitation to greatness, a call to rally against their enemies. In the smoky backrooms where conspirators gathered, plots were brewed alongside cups of thick wine. They spoke in hushed tones about the interpretation of signs and omens, each man eager to mold the meaning to fit his designs. "The gods are favoring us," one murmured, his voice low but eager. "The temples fill with offerings. The auspices are on our side." Yet, on the streets, a different narrative unfolded. Commoners looked to the skies with worry etched on their faces. Mothers pulled their children closer, whispering tales of the gods' wrath. The very air vibrated with expectation, a tension so palpable that it felt as if the ground might crack beneath their feet. The hawk that had once soared above them now seemed like a harbinger of bloodshed, and the crowd's heartbeats synchronized with the beating of its wings. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Senate, a seer named Sibyl had caught the attention of powerful men. Her eyes, clouded with visions, spoke of impending conflict. "Beware the Ides of March," she cautioned, her voice a haunting melody. The senators leaned closer, their breath catching as the prophecy unfolded. A warning wrapped in mystery. Fortune could turn with the flick of a coin, and each man felt the weight of fate pressing down on his shoulders. In another corner of the city, a general, known for his ruthless ambition, watched the omens unfold like a script written by the gods themselves. He gathered his loyal soldiers, their loyalty forged in the fires of battle. "The omens are clear," he declared, his voice ringing out like a war cry. "Our enemies falter. The gods are with us." The men cheered, their spirits ignited by the fervor of belief, ready to march into the unknown with their hearts pounding in unison. But beyond the fervor and the ambition, a single mother stood at her doorstep, holding her child in her arms. She felt the vibrations of the city, the undercurrent of fear and excitement. The hawk's cry echoed through her mind, a dark omen she could not ignore. "What will become of us?" she whispered, her heart heavy with uncertainty, her eyes tracing the horizon where the sun melted into darkness. As the days turned into nights, the lines between fate and free will blurred. The elders, with their wrinkled hands trembling in prayer, created rituals to appease the gods. Their chants echoed through the temples, reverberating off stone walls that had borne witness to countless tales of triumph and tragedy. The incense burned thick in the air, each curl of smoke rising like a prayer to the heavens. Yet even as they prayed, doubt crept in. Could they sway the wills of the gods, or were they mere pawns in a game much larger than themselves? Back in the Senate, a faction began to rise in opposition, fueled by a desperate need for stability. They questioned the interpretations of omens, arguing the gods could not be trusted. "We are not their marionettes," one senator argued fiercely, his voice a rallying cry for doubt. "We must take control of our destiny, not be swayed by the flapping wings of birds or the cries of soothsayers." But as tensions mounted, the ominous signs continued to unfold. Earthquakes rattled the foundations of temples, and strange celestial patterns danced across the night sky. Each event sent ripples of fear through the populace, a reminder that the gods were watching, waiting to cast judgment. "What do these signs mean?" they asked, voices trembling. "Is it war? Is it peace? Or is it our doom?" The atmosphere was electric with possibilities, the air thick with the sense that everything was about to change. The omens whispered of a reckoning, of choices that would shape the future. Each decision, each interpretation of the signs, was a thread woven into the tapestry of fate, and the final picture remained shrouded in mystery. As the Ides of March approached, the people of Rome held their breath, caught in a web of prophecy and ambition. What would the omens reveal? Would they serve as a guiding star or a siren call luring them into chaos? The tension hung in the air like a storm cloud, waiting to break. The hawks circled above, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, an omen that would soon erupt into a clash of destinies, echoing through the annals of history, leaving no heart untouched. And as the clock ticked down, the city stood on the precipice of change, unaware that the real drama was just beginning, that the rise and fall of empires, the pulse of the future itself, hung precariously on the edge of fate. The sun hung low over the horizon, casting long shadows across a land divided. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with the weight of history about to unfold. People gathered in small clusters, their voices a whisper, yet each word carried the gravity of their hopes and fears. It was a moment poised on the edge of change, where the past collided with the future, and the cries of the people echoed through the streets like a haunting melody. In every corner of the globe, there were stories of upheaval and promise. From the crowded squares of Cairo, where young voices shouted for freedom, to the quiet halls of power in Washington, where decisions made in the dark would ripple across oceans. Prophets emerged from the folds of society, driven not by ambition, but by a fierce call to speak for the voiceless. Their words, sharp, piercing, and sometimes sweet, became the torches illuminating the path of resistance. In 1963, Martin Luther King Jr.'s voice rose above the noise, a clarion call that pierced the heart of a nation. His dream, powerful and visceral, resonated with countless souls yearning for equality in a country steeped in division. As he stood before the Lincoln Memorial, his words painted visions of a future where children of all colors would join hands, where justice would flow like a mighty river. Yet, the dark clouds of oppression loomed heavy, and those who dared to dream were often met with violence. The echoes of his speech still lingered, a haunting reminder of how prophetic words can both inspire and forewarn. Across the Atlantic, the lead-up to the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 brewed with tension. Families were torn apart, lives altered by an invisible line drawn through their city. Prophetic voices whispered of unity, urging for change as citizens began to gather peacefully, chanting for freedom. The night the wall came crashing down, the world watched in awe as the people reclaimed their history, lifting their voices in a symphony of joy and disbelief. In that moment, the heavens seemed to smile down, blessing the gathering with a sense of hope that washed over the land like a refreshing rain. In the heart of the Middle East, the Arab Spring ignited a fervor that spread like wildfire. In Tunisia, the first spark of rebellion lit the fuse, and soon streets filled with the passionate cries of a generation demanding dignity and change. Prophets of a new age rose among them, using social media as their megaphone, spreading their visions far and wide. Yet as nations toppled, the promise of freedom twisted into chaos, leaving many to wonder if the dream would survive the storm. Then came the rise of authoritarianism, a dark shadow creeping over democracies around the world. In the face of oppression, voices that once spoke of unity began to fracture, turning into factions fighting for survival. Amidst this turmoil, the brave few, those who dared to stand tall, became the prophets of resistance. Their messages were fierce, challenging the status quo, reminding the world that power must be held accountable. As the clock struck midnight on November 8, 2016, a reality TV star ascended to the highest office in America. Waves of shock rippled through the nation. Prophecies hung in the air like fog, as pundits and ordinary citizens alike grappled with the implications of this new era. Each tweet, each press conference, sent shockwaves through the political landscape. The protest movements that erupted were a response to an unsettling new narrative, as voices rose to challenge the direction their country was headed. Across the ocean, the specter of Brexit loomed. As the referendum results rolled in, emotions surged. Some rejoiced, while others wept. The division was palpable, and in the aftermath, prophetic voices emerged from the chaos, urging for unity amidst uncertainty. The streets of London filled with throngs, proclaiming their vision of a more inclusive future, their chants ringing out like a battle cry against the dissonance that threatened to consume them. Yet, even in the darkest moments, glimmers of hope shone through. Young climate activists stood at the forefront of a movement that demanded immediate action, their voices an urgent plea against the backdrop of apathy. Greta Thunberg's words, filled with fierce determination, resonated across borders, igniting a global conversation about responsibility and survival. In her eyes burned a fire, a prophetic spark that urged the world to wake up and take notice of the impending crisis. In the shadows, the struggle for social justice continued to evolve. The Black Lives Matter movement surged forth, igniting conversations about race, privilege, and accountability. Each protest was a testament to resilience, a powerful reminder that prophetic words could bring about real change. The streets became a canvas, vibrant with art and passion, as people from all walks of life gathered to demand justice. Their chants echoed through the night, a relentless refrain that would not be silenced. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the world stood at a crossroads, burdened by choices that would shape the future. Each political event, each response, became a thread woven into the intricate tapestry of human experience. The winds of change blew fiercely, carrying with them the whispers of those who dared to dream, to fight, to prophetically envision a world transformed. In these moments, the heart raced, emotions surged, and the pulse of history quickened. Each decision made echoed through time, resonating with the hopes and aspirations of generations. The past tugged at the present, each event a reminder of the power of words, the fragility of freedom, and the relentless quest for justice. Prophetic voices would continue to rise, fueled by the determination to create a better tomorrow, their echoes forever etched into the fabric of time. And as the world turned, one could almost feel the tremors of the next great movement approaching, a wave of change ready to sweep through the land once more, beckoning forth the undying spirit of humanity. In the shadow of the great temple, where sunlight danced off the marble columns, the air crackled with tension. A group of priests stood in their flowing robes, their faces marked by an air of solemnity. Each man bore the weight of centuries of tradition, their eyes glimmering with an unyielding devotion to the gods. Yet, beneath this devout facade, a storm brewed, an unspoken conflict between the sacred and the secular, between the divine decrees of the priests and the political machinations of the Senate. The Senate, a bastion of power, loomed like an ancient fortress. Senators, draped in togas, strode through the corridors of power with an air of authority that earned them both fear and respect. They were the architects of Rome's laws, yet they understood that their fate was intricately intertwined with the sacred rituals conducted by the priests. The priests, with their delicate offerings and prayers, influenced the very will of the gods. A drought or a flood could shift the tide of allegiance. One wrong sacrifice could lead to disaster. On the day of the Lupercalia festival, the city buzzed with anticipation. Citizens adorned themselves with garlands, their laughter ringing through the streets, yet a tension hung in the air. All eyes turned towards the priests, who prepared to perform rites believed to secure prosperity for the year ahead. The Senate watched from a distance, cloaked in their disdain. They understood that the success of their policies depended on the priests' ability to appease the gods. Yet, there was an underlying resentment that simmered beneath the surface. Many senators viewed the priests as mere puppets, wielding power over the populace through fear and superstition. As the priests began their sacred dances, the crowd erupted in cheers, their faith momentarily eclipsing the political strife that swirled around them. But within the Senate, whispers of dissent echoed through the marble halls. Some senators, emboldened by the growing discontent among the people, questioned the priests' authority. "Why should we rely on these men in robes?" one senator exclaimed, his voice rising above the others. "We are the true rulers of Rome. Our decisions shape the future, not their rituals." Yet, even as they spoke, a gnawing doubt crept into their hearts. They knew deep down that the priests held a power they could not fully comprehend. The gods were fickle, and the fate of Rome hung precariously on the fragile thread of divine favor. An ill-timed sacrificial offering could spell disaster for their political agendas. The priests, calm and resolute, continued their dance, oblivious to the brewing storm. In the days that followed the festival, the tension escalated. The Senate convened to discuss a new law that would strip the priests of their exclusive rights to conduct certain rituals. This move was not just political. It was a declaration of war against the spiritual authority that had guided Rome for generations. The priests, feeling the ground shift beneath their feet, gathered in secret. Their leader, a stoic figure named Marcus, stood before them, his expression grave. "We must protect the sacred traditions of our forefathers," he urged, his voice trembling with urgency. "The gods demand our loyalty. If we falter, our city will crumble." As he spoke, the weight of history bore down upon them. They recalled the tales of past leaders who had defied the divine, only to face disastrous consequences. The memory of the great drought, the famine that followed, and the blood that stained the streets haunted them. Their connection with the gods was not merely a matter of tradition. It was a lifeline. Meanwhile, the senators plotted their moves with calculated precision. They sought to undermine the priests, to elevate their own status. They rallied their supporters, crafting speeches that stirred the emotions of the masses. "Why should we bow to the whims of the gods?" a young senator boldly declared. "We are the architects of our destiny." The crowd roared, their applause a tumultuous wave that washed over the Senate floor. But lurking in the shadows was a priest, cloaked in anonymity, who dared to challenge this sentiment. The tensions reached a boiling point at a public assembly, where priests and senators stood facing each other for the first time in an open arena. The sun bore down on them, illuminating the stark contrast between the two groups. The priests, with their ceremonial garb, exuded an aura of calm, while the senators radiated authority and ambition. As the crowd gathered, the air thickened with anticipation. This was not just a clash of men. It was a collision of ideologies, a struggle for the soul of Rome itself. The debate ignited like dry tinder, each side hurling accusations and promises. A senator strode forward, his voice dripping with disdain. "These priests pretend to speak for the gods, but they are nothing without us. Their rituals are mere shadows of our true power." The crowd gasped, the tension palpable, as the priests squarely met the senator's gaze, their resolve unwavering. In that moment, it became clear that the battle was about more than just power. It was about belief, about faith in something greater than oneself. As the priests began to chant, their voices rising in unison, the air shimmered with an electric energy. The senators faltered, momentarily caught off guard. For within the priests' chants lay the echoes of generations, the prayers of a people who had sought solace in their faith. But doubt crept into the hearts of both factions. Would the people side with the priests, or would they rally behind the senators' promises of progress and power? It was a fragile moment, suspended in time, as the future of Rome teetered on the edge of uncertainty. The priests' chants, filled with fervor, were met with applause, yet the senators fired back with fiery rhetoric, igniting passions among the crowd. The tension in the air was thick, as if it were a living thing, poised to strike. As night fell, the city was alive with fervor, but shadows loomed over the temple and the Senate. Beneath the moonlit sky, both factions prepared for the next round of this ideological war. The priests gathered in the sanctuary, their prayers rising to the heavens, while in the Senate, senators plotted their next move, driven by ambition and fear. The sacred and the secular danced on a knife's edge, and the outcome was anything but certain. The fate of Rome would soon hang in the balance, tangled in a web of faith and power, as the lines between the divine and the political blurred in the flickering candlelight. The chill of autumn permeated the air in Rome, curling like a whisper around the stone columns of the Forum. It was the autumn of 63 BC, and shadows lengthened ominously across the bustling streets. The Republic, once a beacon of democracy and hope, was teetering on the edge of a chasm. A storm brewed in the hearts of men, a whisper of treachery that would soon echo through the ages. In the depths of this uncertainty, one man's prophetic gaze pierced through the fabric of the city's political theater. Cicero, the esteemed orator and statesman, stood on the Senate floor, his voice a fervent flame against the cold winds of conspiracy. He had just uncovered a plot so vile it made the very earth shudder beneath its weight. Catiline, a man cloaked in ambition and desperation, had gathered a band of disgruntled souls, willing to burn the Republic to ash in their quest for power. Cicero spoke with fervor, painting vivid images of a Rome consumed by chaos. "How long, O Catiline, will you abuse our patience?" The words resonated, echoing in the empty chambers of the Senate, as if the very walls were straining to contain the truth. The tension was palpable, electric. Senators leaned forward, their faces a tapestry of fear and disbelief. They could hear the distant roar of the populace, a restless tide of anger and despair swelling outside the marble walls of power. Cicero's voice rose, a crescendo against the storm. He laid bare the conspiracy, revealing the threads of treachery that connected Catiline to a sinister web of supporters. With each word, he beckoned the senators to see not just the man before them, but the very soul of the Republic hanging by a thread. As he spoke, shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, and the air thickened with dread. The prophecy of doom was not a single moment but a slow unfolding of fate, a series of choices leading inexorably towards disaster. Cicero warned that the Republic lay vulnerable, exposed to the machinations of those who sought its ruin. His heart thundered in his chest as he called upon the gods to witness the treachery, to rally the Senate against the encroaching darkness. There was something in his plea that stirred the depths of their hearts, igniting a spark of courage where fear had taken root. Yet outside the Senate, in the shadowy alleys where whispers turned to shouts, Catiline gathered his followers. The air was thick with rebellion, a heady mix of desperation and fervor. They were men and women who had suffered at the hands of the elite, their dreams crushed beneath the weight of taxes and injustice. They spoke of a new order, a world where the old ways would be swept aside. Catiline was a figure of magnetism, a dark star drawing them toward him. His words promised liberation, but they also carried the scent of blood and chaos. In the dead of night, when the city slept under a veil of uncertainty, the conspirators met. They exchanged oaths beneath the flickering light of a single torch, the flame dancing in rhythm with their unholy ambitions. The air crackled with tension as Catiline laid out his plans. It was a tapestry of violence, a dark vision of Rome where the old guard would fall, and the streets would run red with the blood of senators. The thought sent chills down their spines, but it also ignited a fierce resolve. They would embrace the darkness, for in it, they would find their power. Back in the Senate, Cicero's warnings began to take root. The senators, once filled with doubt, now felt a pulse of determination. They heard the echoes of Cicero's voice, urging them to take a stand before the Republic was irrevocably lost. Yet, even as they rallied to his cause, a sense of dread loomed. They understood that the fight for their beloved city would not be without sacrifice, and as they prepared for the coming storm, the specter of betrayal lurked in the shadows. As the days turned into weeks, the tension escalated. Cicero's speeches became the lifeline of a republic on the brink. The streets thrummed with energy, as citizens rallied to protect their way of life. But in the darkness, Catiline's forces grew bolder. They plotted and schemed, fueled by a hatred for the very fabric of the republic that had cast them aside. The moment of reckoning drew near, and the air crackled with anticipation. Cicero knew they had to act decisively. The Senate convened, thick with the scent of fear and determination. He stood once more before the assembly, a beacon in the storm, and the weight of history pressed down upon his shoulders. "We must fight, not just for ourselves but for the very soul of Rome," he urged, his voice rising above the murmurs of dissent. "We cannot allow our republic to be extinguished by the flames of ambition." But even as he spoke, he felt the chilling fingers of doubt clawing at his mind. What if they were not enough? What if the tide of chaos was too great to withstand? As the Senate erupted into heated debate, Cicero's heart raced. He knew that there were those among them whose loyalty wavered, who would be drawn to the siren song of Catalan's promises. The prophecy of the fall hung over them like a storm cloud, thick and foreboding. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, a messenger burst through the doors, breathless and wide-eyed. "They're coming!" he gasped, his voice trembling with urgency. "Catalan's forces are on the move." The words ignited a firestorm of panic. Senators scrambled to prepare, emotions boiling over. Cicero's heart sank as he realized that time was slipping away, and the Republic was on the brink of a cataclysm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forum, a clash of steel reverberated through the streets. The battle for the Republic had begun, and the outcome was uncertain. Cicero, standing resolute amidst the chaos, understood in that moment that this was not just a fight for power. It was a fight for the very essence of Rome. The specter of betrayal haunted the air, the prophecy of fall echoing in every clash, every cry, every desperate plea for salvation. And as the walls of the Republic trembled, the seeds of fate were set in motion, leading them toward a destiny that could not be undone. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a priest stood before a congregation gripped by despair. Their faces, hollow and weary, reflected a world teetering on the edge of chaos. Outside, the winds howled like a pack of wolves, carrying with them the cries of the lost and the suffering. Towns ravaged by famine, cities crumbling under the weight of plague. All the while, hope hung by a thread, and faith was a fragile lifeline. It was in these moments of uncertainty that priests emerged as both shepherds and warriors, donning their robes like armor, ready to confront the shadows. With every sermon, they wielded words that had the power to mend hearts and lift spirits. In the midst of an unforgiving storm, the flickering flame of belief became their weapon. They painted pictures of salvation, offering visions of a brighter tomorrow, even when the world around them was steeped in darkness. Take, for instance, the Great Plague of the 14th century. It swept across Europe like a relentless tide, leaving death and despair in its wake. Town squares once alive with laughter fell silent, replaced by an air thick with grief. Yet, in the haunting silence, priests stepped forward, their voices rising above the despair. They offered solace, proclaiming that the plague was not just a punishment but a test of faith. With every whispered prayer, they turned fear into hope, transforming the narrative of suffering into one of resilience. In the ancient temples of Mesopotamia, during times of drought, priests would perform elaborate rituals to appease the gods. They believed that the survival of their people rested on their shoulders alone. The sight of priests clad in sacred garments, eyes filled with fervor, would draw crowds. With each incantation, they called upon the heavens to release the rains, demonstrating an unshakable belief that their actions could sway the fates. Closer to home, during the tumultuous days of the American Civil War, chaplains in both the Union and Confederate armies risked their lives on the front lines. They ventured into battlefields drenched in blood, seeking to bring comfort to the wounded and dying. Their prayers rang out amidst the chaos, a haunting melody that cut through the roar of cannon fire. They provided more than just spiritual guidance. They offered a sense of purpose, reminding soldiers that they were part of something larger than themselves. The clergymen became symbols of hope, their presence a balm for shattered spirits. Each crisis became a crucible where faith was tested and forged anew. Priests learned to adapt to the evolving landscape of human suffering, wielding their influence with a keen understanding of what their communities needed most. During the Irish potato famine, when hunger gnawed at the insides of families, priests organized relief efforts, distributing what little food remained. They became community leaders, their actions a testament to the power of faith in action. The church halls, once reserved for worship, transformed into centers of hope, where warmth and nourishment replaced despair. Yet, the power of priests did not only lie in their ability to comfort. They also served as the voice of authority, guiding their communities through the murky waters of crisis. During the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918, as death swept through towns, religious leaders were often called upon to make critical decisions. They had to navigate the thin line between faith and public health, advising congregations on how to mourn the dead while also protecting the living. Their guidance wasn't just welcomed, it was needed. The church became a sanctuary, offering not just spiritual nourishment, but also a sense of belonging in a world that felt increasingly alien. With each passing crisis, the priest's role evolved. They became not only spiritual leaders, but also community organizers, advocates, and educators. In times of war and suffering, they became a bridge between the divine and the mortal, their presence a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there was a flicker of light to be found. As we reflect on these moments, it becomes clear that the bond between religion and crisis is intertwined with humanity's deepest fears and hopes. The stories of priests offering comfort are as much about the resilience of the human spirit as they are about divine intervention. In every whispered prayer and every benediction, there lay an understanding that while the world may crumble, the spiritual fortitude of a community could rise like a phoenix from the ashes. The flicker of the candle dimmed, but the voices of the faithful grew louder, filled with a renewed sense of purpose. "We are not alone," they proclaimed, their hearts bound together in a tapestry of shared struggles and triumphs. Fear may lurk in the shadows, but faith stood firm, a beacon in the storm. And just as the priest raised his hands to bless the congregation, a new crisis began to stir on the horizon, a storm of doubt and division that would test the very fabric of faith itself. The flickering candle illuminated faces filled with uncertainty, but the echoes of hope reverberated through the air, weaving an unbreakable bond among those who dared to believe. The air crackled with anticipation in the ancient marketplace of Jerusalem. Merchants hawked their wares, their voices rising and falling like a tide of sound, but all eyes were drawn to a solitary figure standing on a weathered stone pedestal. A prophet, cloaked in tattered robes, spoke with a voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of time itself. "Prepare, for the end is nigh," he proclaimed, his words weaving through the crowd like a hot wind, igniting whispers and gasps. Some listened intently, hearts racing at the thought of divine retribution, while others scoffed, dismissing him as a madman. Yet, amidst the cacophony, there was an electric undercurrent, a tremor of belief that rippled through the throng, binding them together in a collective consciousness teetering on the edge of fear and hope. This was the interplay of prophecy and popular opinion, a dance as old as civilization itself. In every corner of history, from the prophetic visions of the Old Testament to the cryptic utterances of Nostradamus, predictions have held the power to sway nations and shape destinies. The words of seers were often shrouded in mystery, yet they sparked flames of fervor in the hearts of the people. As they gathered, their voices mingled, creating an intoxicating brew of faith and skepticism, a powerful force that could topple empires or elevate the humble to greatness. But what made this dynamic so potent? It was the intricate relationship between the prophets and the people, an echo of desires, fears, and dreams. A chilling example emerged during the turbulent days of the Roman Empire. In a dimly lit chamber, a group of senators gathered, their faces etched with worry. They had received ominous prophecies from the Oracle of Delphi suggesting doom hovered over the empire, and uncertainty gripped their hearts like a vice. The senators debated furiously, their voices rising in heated disagreement. "What if the oracle speaks truth?" one senator urged, his brow furrowed with concern. "The populace must be warned. Or perhaps we are merely giving power to illusions," another retorted, his voice sharp as a dagger. "Let us not fuel hysteria." Outside, the common folk buzzed with rumors. In taverns and on street corners, they recounted tales of omens, eagles falling from the sky and blood-red sunsets. Each retelling twisted the original words of the oracle, morphing them into fearsome prophecies. The people, hungry for meaning in chaos, clung to these narratives, their emotions a wild roller coaster of dread and longing. In the shadow of the great pyramids of Egypt, a priestess named Nefertari stood before the people, her voice soft yet commanding. "The gods have spoken through the stars," she declared, her arms raised in reverence. "A great flood will come, cleansing the earth of the wicked." The crowd gasped, the air thick with anxiety. They had seen recent rains and rising waters, and her words struck a chord deep within them. There was power in the possibility, an electrifying sensation that ran through the collective body of society. If they believed, could they avert disaster? Or was it too late? The weight of prophecy was heavy, and those in power knew how to wield it. In the Middle Ages, leaders often aligned themselves with religious figures to gain legitimacy. The church had a firm grip on the populace, and the words of priests could shift the winds of public sentiment. When the Black Death swept through Europe, priests proclaimed it a punishment from God, and the masses, gripped by fear, turned on one another. Witch hunts erupted, driven by the desperate need to find a scapegoat for their suffering. In a dimly lit room, a young woman sat chained, her eyes wide with terror as the townsfolk clamored outside, fueled by fear and anger. They believed the prophecies of doom foretold by the clergy. "She's a witch!" they cried, voices rising in a frenzied chorus. The air was thick with tension, each accusation a dagger aimed at her heart. The interplay between prophecy and popular opinion had warped the truth, twisting it into something monstrous. In their search for answers, they abandoned reason, lost in the storm of their emotions. Yet, it wasn't only fear that drove the masses. Hope was just as powerful. Fast forward to the 19th century, when a young girl named Kate Fox in Hydesville, New York, claimed to communicate with spirits. Her revelations ignited the spiritualist movement, pulling thousands into a fervor. People flocked to her, desperate for connection beyond the grave, seeking solace in a world that felt increasingly disconnected. The haunting melodies of her alleged spirit communications stirred emotions long buried. It was a revival, a collective yearning for understanding and reassurance in a rapidly changing society. As newspapers eagerly reported on her exploits, public opinion swayed like a pendulum. Skeptics scoffed, yet believers rallied, driven by the haunting possibility of life after death. The interplay was palpable, a magnetic force drawing people together, creating communities bound by shared belief and experience. In the flickering candlelight of seances, each gasp of revelation echoed through the hearts of those present, a testament to the enduring human desire to believe. The walls of history are adorned with countless stories of prophets and their prophecies, each one a testament to the volatile relationship between the words of the few and the beliefs of the many. As the centuries passed, this dance continued to unfold, shaping the very fabric of societies, igniting revolutions, and instilling hope in the darkest of times. The flames of belief would flicker and dance, sometimes dimming, but always simmering beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to burst forth again. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the marketplace, the prophet's voice echoed in the minds of the people. "Prepare, for change is coming." The weight of his words hung in the air, tantalizing and troubling, a promise of transformation that was as exhilarating as it was terrifying. The crowd murmured, their hearts racing, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Would they rise to meet the prophecy, or would fear bind them tighter, chaining their potential? The interplay of prophecy and popular opinion was not merely a historical footnote. It was a living, breathing force that transcended time. The stories of the past flickered like fireflies in the darkness, illuminating the connections between humanity's deepest fears and loftiest hopes. Every word spoken, every prophecy cast, was an invitation to reflect, to feel, to believe. And in that moment, as the shadows lengthened and the night deepened, the stage was set for the next chapter in the eternal saga of mankind's relationship with destiny, where the whispers of prophets would continue to intermingle with the rising tides of popular opinion, forever entwined in a dance that refused to end. In a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with incense, a cloaked figure hovered at the edge of a flickering candle's light. The people gathered around, eyes wide with anticipation, hearts racing, as the seer began to speak. With each word, they felt the weight of the future pressing down on them like a storm-laden sky. Prophecies poured from the seer's lips, sharp and vivid, slicing through the mundane with the promise of fate's unyielding hand. Each syllable dripped with the power to sway the masses, to ignite fervor and fear. In this moment, the fragile line between the sacred and the sinister blurred, and the crowd hung on every utterance, both entranced and terrified. From ancient times, prophecy has played a haunting role in shaping societies, acting as a tool that rulers wield to control the hearts and minds of their people. In the shadows of history, figures like Nostradamus, the enigmatic French seer, penned verses that still resonate, evoking delight and dread. His cryptic messages whispered of disasters and triumphs, drawing the attention of kings and commoners alike. As they read those quatrains, the people could feel the chill of destiny creeping into their bones, a reminder that their lives were not entirely their own. Those words became a tether, binding them to a vision of the future that was both alluring and ominous. In ancient Rome, the Sibylline books held similar sway. These sacred texts, believed to contain divine prophecies, were consulted in times of crisis. The Senate would gather, hearts pounding in a mixture of hope and fear, to decipher the cryptic messages of fate. This practice turned prophecies into instruments of power. A senator could manipulate the interpretation to sway public opinion or justify military action. With a mere flick of the wrist, the future could be molded into a weapon against dissent, leaving the citizens in a fog of uncertainty, their lives pruned and shaped by unseen hands. As the centuries unfurled, the lure of prophecy endured. The medieval church seized upon the power of foresight, turning it into a mechanism of control. Priests, cloaked in their authority, spoke of impending doom and divine retribution. The Black Death swept across Europe, leaving a trail of death and despair in its wake. In this dark hour, the church proclaimed that the plague was God's punishment, a prophecy fulfilled. Fear gripped the hearts of the masses, compelling them to seek redemption through the church's guidance. They flocked to the confessional, desperate to appease a wrathful deity. Here, prophecy morphed into a tool of social control, solidifying the church's grip on power, while simultaneously casting a shadow of fear across the populace. In the New World, Native Americans wielded prophecy in their own unique way. The prophet Tenskwatawa, also known as the Shawnee prophet, preached of a coming apocalypse that would strip away the white man's hold over their lands. His words electrified the spirit of resistance, igniting a fire within the hearts of his people. They gathered in sacred circles, driven by a vision of unity and reclamation. Yet, even within this powerful prophecy lay the seeds of control. The very act of prophecy could be shattered by betrayal or doubt, leading to despair among his followers. The tension between hope and fear danced in the air, a constant reminder that the power of prophecy could shift like sand. Fast forward to the 20th century, where the prophetic voice found new avenues in the modern world. The rise of cults, fueled by charismatic leaders, often hinged on prophetic revelations. In 1978, Jim Jones led his followers to a remote jungle in Guyana, promising them paradise. He preached of a coming apocalypse, compelling hundreds to abandon their lives for the hope of salvation. The chilling depths of manipulation became evident as the final act unfolded with tragic consequences. As the Kool-Aid laced with cyanide was consumed, the power of prophecy twisted into a grotesque parody, a reminder that hope can often wear the mask of despair. In political arenas, leaders have seized upon the prophetic narrative to craft their own destinies. Hitler, with his twisted ideologies and delusions of grandeur, painted a future where Aryans would reign supreme. He exploited the fears of a nation, wrapping his ideology in the garb of prophecy, teaching his followers that they were destined for greatness. His rhetoric became a chilling symphony, luring the masses into a dark embrace, blinding them to the horrors that lay ahead. The bleakness of fate wrapped tightly around the human spirit, leaving a scar that persists through generations. In quieter moments, ordinary people experience their own prophecies, whispered in the hushed tones of family lore. A grandmother recounts tales of visions she had, stitching together the fabric of her family's destiny. "You were meant for greatness," she tells her grandchild, eyes glimmering with belief. Those words echo in the heart of the child, shaping the very essence of their existence. In this tender exchange, prophecy becomes a double-edged sword, filled with love yet laden with expectation. Throughout history, prophecy has been a ghostly presence, haunting the corridors of power and the hearts of the people. It serves as a reminder of the delicate balance between hope and control, love and fear. As the sun sets on one era of prophetic manipulation, casting long shadows into the night, one can only wonder what stories remain untold, waiting to rise from the ashes of time. The flickering candlelight dances, teasing the edges of darkness, as the next chapter of this haunting tale begins to unfold. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the sound of incantations echoed through the ancient temple, each syllable heavy with the weight of centuries. The priest, draped in flowing robes, stood at the altar, eyes closed, lost in a trance. Behind him, the air crackled with the tension of a society teetering between the old ways and a powerful surge of change, as the great empires began to rise and reshape the landscape of belief and power. For generations, priests held an unwavering grip on the hearts and minds of the people. They were the intermediaries between the divine and the mortal, commanding respect and fear alike. Yet, whispers of discontent brewed in the shadows, sown by ambitious leaders who sought to transcend the ancient traditions. The divine aura surrounding the priesthood was beginning to flicker like the flame in that oil lamp, dimming in the face of worldly authority. In the bustling market square, merchants traded goods, their voices mingling with the laughter of children and the chatter of women. But beneath the vibrant exterior, the air was thick with unease. As soldiers clad in polished armor marched through the streets, their presence elicited mixed feelings of admiration and dread. These men were the embodiment of a new order, one where the might of the sword began to overshadow the solemn whispers of the temple. The priests watched, hearts fluttering with anxiety, as the political landscape shifted beneath their feet. They convened in secret, deep within the stone walls of the temple, their faces drawn and pale. The high priest, a man once revered, now felt the tremors of uncertainty in his bones. "We must act," he urged, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and defiance. "If we do not find a way to adapt, we risk losing everything." Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, mirroring the turmoil brewing within the temple. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the flickering shadows danced eerily on the walls. The priests, once a formidable force, now found themselves grappling with the harsh reality that their influence was waning. They were no longer the sole bearers of truth. The empire was slowly assuming that mantle. As the first rays of dawn crept into the temple, illuminating the weary faces of the priests, a sense of urgency filled the room. They debated fiercely, their voices echoing like thunder. The younger priests, intoxicated by the allure of power, argued for a shift in strategy. "We must align ourselves with the rulers," one of them proclaimed, eyes gleaming with ambition. "If we can blend our sacred knowledge with their strength, we can forge a new path." But the elder priests shook their heads, the weight of tradition heavy on their shoulders. "To abandon our sacred roles is to betray our very essence. The gods will not look kindly upon us if we abandon the faith for the sake of power." Yet, the winds of change howled louder. In the growing empire, leaders began to cultivate their own religious following, intertwining their destinies with the very fabric of faith. Temples were built in honor of the emperors, their grandeur a stark contrast to the humble abodes of the traditional priests. The once hallowed halls where ancient rituals were performed turned into sites of political spectacle, where the emperor and priest stood side by side, their roles forever altered. In the heart of the city, a colossal statue of a new deity was erected, forged in the likeness of the emperor himself. The people gathered, eyes wide with reverence as the priest, now a mere shadow of his former self, performed the ceremony under the watchful gaze of the ruler. The prayers that once flowed freely from the priest's lips now felt like chains binding him to a fate he never chose. The crowd roared with approval, unaware of the internal struggle raging within him. As days turned into weeks, the priests found themselves at a crossroads. The old ways clashed violently with the burgeoning empire's vision of divinity. They sensed their power slipping away, the once loyal followers now captivated by the allure of imperial worship. The priests, draped in their ceremonial robes, felt a gnawing sense of betrayal, not only from their own people but from the very gods they served. Conversations turned to desperate pleas in the quiet corners of the temple. "What if we could harness this power?" a young priest suggested, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if we become advisors, wielders of divine wisdom alongside the emperor?" The fear of losing their identity mingled with the tantalizing shimmer of possibility. The tension in the room was palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Outside, the empire expanded its borders, swallowing lands and cultures, transforming them into mere footnotes in its grand narrative. The priests, once the undisputed custodians of spiritual authority, now stood on the periphery, racked with doubt and fear. They bore witness to the shifting tides of fate, as the balance of power began to tilt inexorably toward the empire. Then came the night of the great festival, where the empire celebrated its expansion with lavish displays of wealth and power. The priests were called upon to bless the proceedings, but the glow of the torches illuminated a new truth. They were no longer the center of reverence. As the emperor ascended the dais, adorned with jewels and splendor, the priests found themselves as mere background figures in a grand theatrical display. With each passing moment, a realization settled like a heavy cloak over their shoulders. Their sacred role was evolving, reshaping into something they could scarcely recognize. The boundaries between the sacred and the secular blurred, and the very essence of their existence hung in the balance. In that moment of darkness and uncertainty, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the priests. Perhaps they could adapt, weave their spiritual authority into the fabric of the empire. But would that mean sacrificing their integrity? They stood at the precipice, teetering between the remnants of their past and the uncertain future that beckoned. As the festival erupted into wild celebration, the priests felt the weight of their decision looming larger than ever. Would they embrace this new reality, or would they cling desperately to the fraying threads of their ancient power? The echoes of their chants mingled with the clamor of the crowd, a haunting reminder of what was lost and what may yet be found. In the shimmering lights of the festival, the priests caught a glimpse of their reflection, both a shadow and a possibility, forever caught in the transition to an empire that threatened to redefine them. In the shadow of ancient palaces, where whispers of the past intertwine with the footsteps of loyal subjects, the air thrummed with a palpable tension. A lone figure stood, draped in luxurious silks that shimmered like the stars, eyes glimmering with the weight of destiny. Emperors, once mere men, transformed into symbols of divinity and power, wielded their influence like a double-edged sword. Prophecies swirled around them like a tempest, creating a heady mix of awe and fear among their followers, as those who dared to oppose them found themselves crushed beneath the weight of belief. The streets of Rome echoed with chants and fervent prayers, as the citizens looked up to their emperor not only as a ruler but as a living god. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays that danced upon the marble columns of the Forum. Here, the people gathered, their voices rising in fervor, as they clung to the tales of miraculous deeds attributed to their leader. In such moments, it was easy to forget that even emperors were but fragile mortals. Yet, the fervor of the crowd transformed them into titans, invincible and beyond reproach. Across the sea, in the Middle Kingdom, a different kind of chant echoed through the halls of power. The emperors of China, cloaked in the divine right to rule, sat upon their thrones like celestial beings. The mandate of heaven loomed large in the hearts of the people, a guiding principle that justified the emperor's rule. It was a belief that the heavens chose their sovereign, a decree so potent that it could ignite rebellion or quell dissent with a single utterance. The people, gripped by a longing for stability, willingly surrendered their free will to the promise of celestial approval. Yet, with great power came great peril. In the lush valleys of the Nile, pharaohs were revered as both kings and gods, their majestic statues overlooking the land like eternal sentinels. The Akhenaten Revolution carved a path into this sacred narrative, challenging the pantheon of gods and casting light on a single deity, Aten. This audacious move sent shockwaves through the hearts of a people steeped in tradition, tearing at the fabric of their belief. The tension thickened, as the cries of the people clashed with the echoes of centuries-old customs, plunging the empire into chaos. In the realm of the Aztecs, the air was electric with the scent of sacrifice, as the sun hung high in the sky, a vital deity demanding homage. The emperors, adorned in feathers and gold, led rituals that throbbed with urgency, fueled by the belief that their very existence could ensure the sun's rise. The people, bound by a shared fear of darkness and death, rallied around their leaders, weaving a tapestry of loyalty that connected their souls to the divine. Each heartbeat resonated with the promise of life, each sacrifice a thread binding them to the celestial order. Yet, amidst the grandeur, shadows loomed. Conspiracies simmered in the hearts of the discontented, plotting beneath the surface of adoration. Caligula, with his whimsical cruelty, transformed from beloved leader to tyrant in the blink of an eye. Fear rippled through the Senate like a virus, as whispers of madness took root. The very cult that had once glorified him now spun tales of horror, leaving a legacy of treachery that would haunt the marble halls long after his reign. In the East, the sultans of the Ottoman Empire wore their title like a crown of thorns, their legitimacy tied to the blood of prophets. As they tread the fine line between faith and authority, the tension heightened. The people watched with bated breath, knowing that the sultan's ability to uphold religious doctrine was as crucial as his political might. The whispers of the streets turned to roars during times of struggle, when the sultan's faith was questioned. The air crackled with the unsaid, the fear of losing divine favor tightening around the throats of both the rulers and the ruled. In the heart of the Mongol Empire, Genghis Khan carved his legend from the fabric of myth and reality. His rise from obscurity to omnipotence ignited passions that transcended borders. The mantra of divine destiny clung to him like a second skin. Each conquest was a testament to the belief that the heavens favored his cause, as the blood of enemies painted the earth red. The tales of his ferocity and brilliance spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor among his followers that was both intoxicating and terrifying. They were warriors, participants in a divine drama, willing to lay down their lives for a leader who felt untouchable. But with the dawn of each new reign came the inevitable twilight of decay. Kings and emperors, once radiant with the glow of divinity, found their light flickering in the darkness. As the empires expanded, the burden of expectation grew heavier, and the chorus of the masses became a cacophony of dissent. Those who had once basked in the glow of adoration found themselves standing at the edge of a precipice, the whispers of loyalty fading into the chilling winds of rebellion. In the shadows, the struggle for power was as fierce as any battle fought on the fields. Nobles schemed, their eyes glinting with ambition as they plotted to seize the throne, believing they could harness the same prophetic legitimacy that had once ignited the fervor of the masses. The cult of personality, that intoxicating force that elevated the emperors to godlike status, began to crack and fray, revealing the frailty of human ambition beneath. As the sun set on the empires, the tension shifted, revealing a world in turmoil. The emperor's grip on loyalty, once steadfast, now teetered precariously, and the air thickened with uncertainty. The crowd's chants, once filled with adoration, now echoed with the foreboding of change, a harbinger of what was to come. The flames of prophecy flickered, threatening to consume the very foundations upon which the emperors had built their thrones. In that moment, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a new dawn, as the powerful and the faithful faced an uncertain fate, one that would intertwine their destinies in ways none could foresee. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sprawling expanse of Rome. Citizens thronged the streets, their faces a tapestry of anticipation and reverence. In the heart of the city, a figure emerged, Augustus, the man who would reshape the very fabric of the empire. He was not just a ruler, he was a living embodiment of divine will, a bridge between mortals and gods. Every step he took resonated with purpose, every gesture steeped in meaning. Augustus understood that power was a delicate dance, a balance of fear and adoration, and at the center of this dance lay the sacred threads of religion. The temples that dotted the city were not mere structures of stone. They were the lifeblood of Roman society, where citizens sought the favor of the deities and where political fortunes could be made or broken. His rise to power, shrouded in the ashes of civil war, required more than military might. The religious landscape of Rome was a tangled web, and Augustus became its master weaver. With each sacrifice offered at the altars, with each festival celebrated, he crafted a narrative that linked his personal destiny to the will of the gods. It was a powerful message. The empire thrived under his guidance, blessed by divine favor. A chill ran through the crowd during the Ludi Seculares, a festival celebrating the renewal of the Roman state. Augustus stood before the masses, a beacon of hope and authority. As priests performed sacred rites, he watched, embodying the role of chief priest, the Pontifex Maximus. The flames of the altar flickered, and the sweet scent of incense enveloped him. He felt the weight of every eye upon him, the silent prayers of the people mingling with his own. Would the gods grant their favor, or would they turn away, leaving the empire vulnerable? Augustus knew the stakes. His enemies lurked in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness. Yet, by intertwining his political ambitions with the religious fabric of Rome, he fortified his rule. The foundation of his power was built not just on the might of legions but on the devotion of a populace who believed in the divine right of their leader. It was an invisible armor, one that made him invincible in the eyes of many. The tension within the Senate was palpable as well, a room filled with whispers and wary glances. Here, men who once wielded power like swords now found themselves in the presence of a man who had risen to godhood in their midst. They marveled at his audacity, but they also felt the gnawing fear of his growing influence. Augustus was not merely a political figure. He was a divine emissary, and that made him a formidable threat. As the days turned into months, Augustus solidified his connection to the divine, commissioning grand temples and monuments that celebrated his achievements. The Era Pacis, a masterpiece of art and architecture, stood as a testament to his vision of peace, a peace that he claimed was granted by the gods. In this sacred space, the line between man and deity blurred, and Augustus became the embodiment of Rome's destiny. With every triumph, he enacted religious reforms that further intertwined his legacy with the divine. He reinstated ancient rites and ceremonies, honoring traditional gods while simultaneously promoting the worship of his own familial lineage. The Julian family was no longer merely human. Through Augustus, they became part of the divine narrative, an essential thread in the grand tapestry of Roman history. And so, the ceremonies continued, each more extravagant than the last. Augustus stood at the center, draped in the robes of a high priest, his voice rising in a supplication that rippled through the crowd. The people responded, their chants swelling like the tide, each syllable a plea for favor and protection. They believed in him, and he seized that belief, transforming it into unwavering loyalty. But as his reign flourished, cracks began to form beneath the surface. Not all were convinced of his divine right. Dissent grew among the disenfranchised, those who felt abandoned by a system that elevated one man above the many. Whispers of rebellion echoed through the alleyways of Rome, the discontent simmering just below the surface. They prayed to the old gods, yearning for a return to tradition, a time when the favor of the deities was not solely owned by Augustus. The tension ignited one fateful evening when a soothsayer, cloaked in shadows, stepped into the marketplace. His words dripped with foreboding as he proclaimed that the gods were displeased. A murmur spread through the crowd, and fear danced in their eyes. Augustus, sensing the shift in the winds, tightened his grip on the reins of power. He called for more ceremonies, more offerings, demanding the people's faith with a fervor that bordered on desperation. In the grand halls of power, Augustus waged his own battles, political maneuvers disguised as religious devotion. He sought to elevate the imperial cult, establishing himself as a deity within the pantheon of Roman gods. It was a bold move, one that would ensure his legacy remained immortal. But as he reached for the heavens, he could feel the ground beneath him trembling, a reminder that even the mightiest empires are built on fragile foundations. As the night deepened, a sense of unease hung heavy in the air. Augustus stood on the balcony of his palace, gazing across the sprawling city. The flickering lights of the temples seemed to beckon, their promises of divine protection both comforting and haunting. He was a man caught between the mortal and divine, a ruler who had transformed the very essence of power and faith. Each sacrifice, every ritual, became a thread in the intricate tapestry of his reign. He was both the shepherd and the wolf, nurturing his people while keeping a watchful eye on those who dared to question his divinity. In this deadly game of politics and faith, Augustus felt the stakes rise higher than the marble columns of his temples, drawing him deeper into the very heart of Rome's destiny. As the echoes of chants resonated through the night, the city held its breath, teetering on the edge of a new order, one that would forever change the course of history. In that moment, as the stars twinkled above, the boundaries between God and man blurred, and the true battle for the soul of Rome began, a battle that would ripple through time and eternity. In a dimly lit room, shadows flickered against the walls as the early morning sun struggled to break through heavy storm clouds. A small group of believers huddled together, fear etched on their faces. Outside, the world was alive with a cacophony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant buzz of a market waking up, and the ominous march of soldiers patrolling their streets. Each sound brought with it the weight of impending doom. They whispered prayers, their voices trembling, as the threat of discovery loomed over them. Throughout history, prophecies have been woven into the fabric of human existence, often standing as bittersweet harbingers of what is to come. The words of ancient seers echoed in their hearts, echoing warnings of a world that would rise against them. They had seen it before, the rise of empires that crushed the spirit of the faithful, and yet they held on to hope, believing that the light could pierce even the darkest of nights. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. In the shadowy corners of the Roman Empire, the early Christians walked a tightrope, their faith a beacon in a storm of persecution. The very act of gathering to worship was seen as treasonous. The prophecy of a new kingdom, one built on love and sacrifice, clashed violently with the iron fist of Roman authority. Surely, they thought, there must be a reason for their suffering, a divine purpose that would one day illuminate the path for others lost in darkness. Outside their sanctuary, the sounds of laughter and commerce were a cruel reminder of the normalcy they could not partake in. The soldiers, clad in their armor, were a constant reminder of the fears that gripped their hearts. They would come for them, they always did. The Christians had seen their friends dragged from their homes, screaming and pleading for mercy that never came. Men and women alike were thrown to the lions, their last moments filled with prayers and cries that echoed through the amphitheaters. And yet, the faith did not waver. It grew stronger, like the tree that bends but does not break. Each sunrise marked yet another day of uncertainty, yet also a day filled with the promise of resurrection. The believers gathered in secret, sharing stories of the martyrs who had come before them, their bravery igniting a fire in the souls of those who listened. They spoke of Stephen, the first martyr, whose face shone like an angel as he was stoned to death, as if the heavens were welcoming him home. They recounted the tale of Peter, crucified upside down, declaring that he wasn't worthy to die in the same manner as his Savior. These stories were not simply history. They were lifelines, threads that connected them to a larger tapestry of faith and endurance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the city, the tension thickened in the air. Rumors whispered like dark clouds, and fear clutched at their throats. The authorities were closing in, their nets tightening. The believers could no longer afford to stand still. They could feel the urgency pulse through their veins. They had to act, to spread the message that had ignited their souls. The prophecies spoke of a Savior, a promise that transcended their suffering and offered the hope of eternal life. But with each step into the light, fear accompanied them. The stakes were too high. The cost of their faith was blood, blood that cried out for justice, blood that nourished the seeds of a new church. The stories of the martyrs would live on, but who would tell them if all were silenced? In the darkened streets, the echoes of the past reverberated in the air. The Christians met in secret, whispering the names of the fallen, each name a dagger that pierced their hearts. They spoke of how the Roman Empire, in its search for control, had turned against those who dared to embrace a different path. Prophecies of doom and glory filled their minds. They believed that even in their darkest hours, a light would shine, guiding them through the shadows. But the shadows grew longer, and the soldiers marched closer. The oppressive weight of persecution hung over them like a storm cloud, thickening the air until it felt almost suffocating. Each knock at the door sent shivers down their spines. Would this be the day they would be discovered? Would they be dragged into the streets, their faith turned into a spectacle for the amusement of an unfeeling crowd? The uncertainty was unbearable, yet they clung to each other, drawing strength from the community forged in the fires of trial. The atmosphere shifted as they heard a commotion outside. A noise like thunder, a cacophony of shouts and the clattering of armor. Fear gripped their hearts, and they instinctively reached for each other. They could see the figures of soldiers silhouetted against the orange glow of the torches that lit the streets. The prophecy of persecution had arrived at their doorstep. As the door burst open, their fears materialized. The soldiers stormed in, their faces a mask of ruthless authority. "You are under arrest for your beliefs," they shouted. With hearts pounding like war drums, the believers stood firm, their faith unyielding even in the face of certain suffering. The soldiers grabbed them, pulling them from their hiding places, but as they were dragged into the night, they could feel the weight of the prophecy pressing down upon them, both a sentence and a promise. Outside, the world continued to spin, indifferent to their plight. But the believers knew that their story would not end with their capture. Even in the darkest moments, they held on to the hope that flowed through the veins of their faith, a lifeline that tied them to a greater purpose. As they were led away, they whispered the names of those who had come before them, their voices rising like a chorus into the night, weaving a tapestry of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Their persecution was but another chapter in a story that would not die. A prophecy written not just in the pages of ancient texts but through the sacrifices of those who dared to stand for their beliefs. The flames of their faith flickered brightly, refusing to be extinguished, even as the storm raged around them. The end of this chapter was yet to be written, but their journey would echo through time, binding them together in a legacy of courage, hope, and unwavering belief in the promise of a brighter dawn. The air was thick with tension. In the gloom of a flickering candlelit chamber, a figure hunched over a tattered scroll, tracing the ominous words written long ago. "When the people rise against their rulers, the heavens themselves will bleed," the prophecy warned. It was these chilling declarations, steeped in historical resonance, that sent ripples through the corridors of power, igniting fear and paranoia among those who governed. When dissent whispered through the streets, it often morphed into a roar that demanded silence. Throughout history, rulers have sought to quiet the restless hearts of their subjects. The prophecies, ancient and foreboding, became both weapon and shield. In the tumultuous days of the French Revolution, the words of Nostradamus echoed ominously in the minds of a ruling class clinging to power. The visions foretold the rise of the common man, the storming of the Bastille, and the fall of kings. In that era, fear was palpable. It settled in the bones of the aristocrats who gazed out their windows at the restless crowds below. They saw not just angry faces but the very embodiment of destiny, a prophecy that justified their growing repression. As the guillotine took its place at the center of Paris, a dreadful irony painted the scene. The very prophecies that spoke of revolution also whispered of chaos and anarchy. The ruling elite, gripped by the foreboding words of seers past, tightened their hold, convinced that to repress dissent was to avert calamity. Behind gilded doors, they conspired, employing spies and informants to root out anyone who dared to question their authority. The grand halls of Versailles became a theater of paranoia, where every shadow could be a traitor lurking, every whisper a potential uprising. Across the ocean, in the fledgling United States, echoes of prophecy clashed with the dreams of liberty. The words of Thomas Paine ignited a fire in the hearts of the colonists, yet they also ignited fear in the hearts of loyalists and would-be oppressors. These are the times that try men's souls, pain had written, and that very truth sent tremors through the ruling class. The British Crown, sensing the threat of dissent brewing in the colonies, employed draconian measures. The intolerable acts were a direct response to the prophecies of rebellion, each law a desperate attempt to stifle the voices of freedom. The tension escalated, and the whispers of revolution became shouts of defiance. The Boston Tea Party was more than a protest. It was a declaration, a fulfillment of every prophecy that said the oppressed would rise. Yet, amidst the cheers of freedom, a dark undercurrent flowed. Loyalists, filled with dread, envisioned the prophecies coming to life, painting the future in shades of chaos. In their minds, they saw the streets running red, the fabric of society tearing apart at the seams. Rulers are not alone in their belief in prophecies. The masses, too, are influenced by the words of the past. The echoes of soothsayers lingered in the minds of the downtrodden, infusing courage into their hearts. In Russia, the prophetic words of old foretold the rise of the proletariat. As the people grew weary of centuries of oppression, they clung to the notion that their suffering was foretold, that they were the chosen ones destined to reshape their world. When the Bolsheviks seized power, their ascent was cloaked in the language of prophecy. The words of Karl Marx resonated with the masses, but the ruling class interpreted this upheaval through the lens of dread. They unleashed a torrent of repression, convinced that the fiery words of revolutionaries would lead to their undoing. In the shadows, they plotted, invoking the prophecies of doom as a rationale for violence and control. The Red Terror swept through the streets, silencing dissent with ruthless efficiency, each act of repression justified by the fear of what the future might hold. The echoes of past prophecies are not confined to the grand stage of history. They seep into the very fabric of smaller communities. In the 1960s, as civil rights activists marched for equality in America, the words of the Founding Fathers, a blend of liberty and justice, played on repeat in the hearts of the oppressed. But to those in power, the cries for justice were a clarion call for repression. The FBI, under the guise of national security, unleashed a war on dissent. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a prophet of peace, found himself watched, his every word scrutinized. He became both a beacon of hope and a target of fear. The layers of repression felt like a suffocating shroud. Behind every activist was the specter of a prophecy misinterpreted. The leaders believed that by silencing the voices of change, they could prevent the vision of chaos painted by the fear of prophecy. In the tumultuous atmosphere of the 1960s, the lines blurred. Peace marches became battlegrounds, and the cries for justice echoed against the heavy-handed response of those who felt threatened. Even in modern times, this cycle continues. The digital age has birthed new avenues for dissent, yet the fear of prophecy remains potent. Governments around the world watch with hawk-like vigilance, interpreting every protest as a potential uprising foretold by the ancients. From the Arab Spring to the streets of Hong Kong, the language of prophecy shapes the narrative. The prophecy of unrest becomes a self-fulfilling cycle, where the response to dissent invites further rebellion, spiraling into a chaotic dance of repression and resistance. In that dimly lit chamber, the figure reading the scroll could not shake the sensation of inevitability. Prophecies, once mere words, had transformed into the very justification for actions that would shape the course of history. With every act of repression, every voice silenced, the cycle fed on itself, creating an unending loop of fear and defiance. The thrum of unrest pulsed through the world, as history repeated itself, and the prophecy continued to weave its intricate tapestry, one that would never truly end. The candle flickered, shadows danced wildly on the walls, and the echo of past prophecies loomed ever larger, ready to shape the next chapter of dissent. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced against stone walls as flickering oil lamps cast their glow on weary faces. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the faint sound of whispered prayers. Outside, the world pulsed with life, the cries of market vendors blending with the laughter of children playing under the watchful gaze of ancient statues. Yet, amid this vibrant chaos, a storm was brewing, a clash of beliefs that would send shockwaves through the very fabric of society. In the bustling streets of Rome, The last remnants of pagan temples stood like ghosts of a forgotten era. Their marble edifices, once vibrant with the worship of gods and goddesses, now crumbled under the weight of change. The priests, once revered as mediators between the divine and mortals, found their voices drowned out by the rising tide of a new faith, one that promised salvation and eternal life. The echoes of chants honoring Jupiter and Venus faded, replaced by the fervent cries of early Christians, proclaiming the teachings of a man from Nazareth who preached love, mercy, and redemption. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, shadows of doubt crept into the minds of the faithful. The old gods, once so formidable, now seemed distant and silent. A chilling realization settled upon the hearts of many. The world was shifting. Converts to Christianity flooded in, their eyes alight with a hope that seemed to transcend the mundane struggles of life. They spoke of miracles, of healing, and of a promise that echoed like a sweet melody, life beyond death. In the streets, a young woman named Lydia felt the pull of this new faith. Drawn to the gatherings held in secret, she listened intently to the stories of the apostles. Her heart raced with each tale of resurrection, of the transformative power of love. Yet, a part of her clung to the familiar. She recalled the rituals of her ancestors, the vibrant festivals celebrating the changing seasons, and the comforting presence of the deities who had guided her family for generations. But as Lydia became more involved with the Christians, the weight of her decision bore down upon her. The tension in the air was palpable. Neighbors whispered behind closed doors, casting wary glances at those who dared to abandon the old ways. The once welcoming embrace of community now felt like a noose tightening around her spirit. Would she be shunned? Would she lose everything she knew? In the shadow of the Senate House, powerful men conspired. The emperor himself, feeling the tremors of a society at a crossroads, summoned his advisors. They debated fiercely, their voices rising and falling like the tide. Some argued for tolerance. Others clamored to stamp out this new religion that threatened the very foundation of the Roman Empire. How could they allow a faith that disavowed the gods of their ancestors to spread like wildfire among the people? Yet the Christians were undeterred. They held fast to their belief that the old ways were mere illusions, distractions from the true path. As they gathered in hidden corners of the city, they shared their faith with quiet determination. The flicker of a candle illuminated their faces, each one a testament to the power of a shared belief. Their hope was a fire that could not be extinguished. As the days turned into months, Lydia found herself at a crossroads. She encountered Marcus, a fellow believer whose passion ignited her own spirit. Together, they spoke of the future, of a world where love reigned supreme over fear. But the weight of tradition pressed heavily upon her. The looming presence of her family's expectations haunted her, a specter of the past that refused to let go. One night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the rooftops, the Christians gathered in a secluded garden. The air hummed with anticipation, the promise of a new beginning hanging thick in the air. The words of a sermon rang out, filling the hearts of those present with resolve. They sang hymns that rose like smoke to the heavens, their voices intertwining in a symphony of faith. In that moment, the tension between the old and the new felt like a taut string ready to snap. But outside the garden, the old world watched with growing anger. The whispers of dissent grew louder, and the cries of the traditionalists echoed through the streets. They rallied together, seeking to reclaim their fading influence. The image of their gods was emblazoned in their hearts, and they prepared to stand firm against what they saw as an encroaching darkness. As the two worlds collided, the clash became more pronounced. Reports of violence spread like wildfire through the city. Christians were targeted, their homes burned, and their gatherings raided. Lydia and Marcus, caught in the turmoil, felt their hearts race with fear. The world they dreamed of felt increasingly out of reach, threatened by the shadows of hatred and intolerance that loomed over them. In a moment of desperation, Lydia returned to the old temple, now cold and deserted. She stood before the statue of a goddess, feeling the weight of her ancestors' eyes upon her. Would she turn her back on all that had come before? The air was thick with emotion, memories flooding her mind, but the pull of her new faith was undeniable. Those quiet moments spent in prayer, the sense of belonging, the community that had embraced her as one of their own, it was intoxicating. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow on the crumbling stones, the tension coiled tighter. The days ahead promised struggle, but also the chance for rebirth. In the midst of chaos, a prophetic shift was underway. The world was changing, and the battle lines were drawn. Unbeknownst to Lydia and her companions, the tide of history was turning. The struggle was only beginning, and the echoes of their choices would resonate through the ages. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very sky held its breath. In the fading light of dusk, a group of scholars huddled around a weathered table in a dimly lit room at the edge of Rome. Scrolls lay scattered before them, ancient texts that spoke of prophecies whispered by oracles long forgotten. Each parchment was a portal to a world where gods and mortals intertwined, where the future danced on the edge of a blade. The tension in the air was electric, charged with the weight of history and the hope for revelations yet to come. As the flickering candlelight cast shadows on their faces, one scholar, a woman named Livia, leaned forward, her heart racing. The words of the Sibyl vibrated in her mind, echoing the lament of a civilization perched precariously on the brink of change. When the flames of war engulf the land, a hero will rise from the ashes, she read aloud, her voice trembling with a mix of wonder and dread. The others exchanged glances, a shared understanding flashing between them. They knew that these ancient prophecies were not mere stories. They carried the weight of the past, the present, and an uncertain future. Outside, the streets of Rome were alive with turmoil. The clamor of voices, the thud of marching feet, and the distant roar of an unseen battle combined into a symphony of chaos. Shadows loomed larger as whispers of insurrection filled the air, echoing the very sentiments that had been prophesied. The city, once a beacon of civilization, now felt like a fragile relic, balancing on the precipice of an uncertain fate. The scholars' hearts beat in time with the pulse of the city, each thud a reminder of the fragility of their world. Among the scrolls, a particularly worn manuscript caught Livia's eye. It spoke of the last vestiges of Roman prophecy, detailing the decline of an empire that once ruled the known world. "The lion will fall, but the spirit of the eagle will rise," she read, her voice barely above a whisper. The weight of those words struck her like a thunderbolt. Had they truly reached the twilight of their great empire? The thought sent shivers down her spine. She could almost hear the cries of the fallen and the echoes of glory days past. The scholars sat in rapt silence, the significance of the prophecy sinking in like a stone in water. Livia's imagination spiraled through time, envisioning the grandeur of the Colosseum filled with roaring crowds, the scent of victory in the air. But that world felt like a distant dream. The laughter and cheers were drowned out by the cries of the present, the discontent, the fear, the uncertainty. Each scholar was acutely aware of their own vulnerability, standing on the edge of history like a tightrope walker with no safety net below. Suddenly, a loud crash rattled the window, breaking their reverie. A protester's voice could be heard outside, rising above the din. "We are the future. We will not be silenced." The words ignited a fire within Livia. She felt her heart race as adrenaline surged through her veins. The prophecies they studied were not just relics of a bygone era. They were mirrors reflecting the struggles of their own time. Her fingers trembled as she traced the ancient letters, each stroke a connection to the voices of their ancestors who had faced similar trials. As the evening wore on, the conversation grew heated. They debated the interpretations of the prophecies, their voices blending into a cacophony of hope and despair. "What if we are the heroes?" one scholar suggested, his eyes alight with passion. "What if the stories of old are not just warnings, but calls to action?" The idea hung in the air, sparking something deep within them. Could they, mere scholars, become the bearers of change, the architects of a new narrative? The flickering candle cast a warm glow, illuminating their youthful faces, still filled with dreams and aspirations. They were not just passive observers. They were stewards of culture, wielding the power of knowledge. The weight of history bore down on them, but in that moment, they felt as if they could rewrite it. They found strength in their shared purpose, their hearts beating in unison as they created a bond that transcended the trials of their time. Yet, as the night deepened, a sense of foreboding crept in. Livia's pulse quickened as she recalled the darker prophecies, the warnings of devastation and despair. "From ashes, chaos will rise," she murmured, her voice barely audible. The shadows seemed to deepen, curling around them like fingers closing in, threatening to snuff out the flickering flame of hope. The stories they unearthed were not all triumphant. They were a tapestry woven with pain and loss. As the hour grew late, the scholars felt the weight of their task. Each scroll unraveled another layer of their world, revealing the intertwined fates of those who had come before them. The urgency of their mission pulsed through the room like a heartbeat, a reminder that their time was short, and the future hung in the balance. The candle burned low, casting an eerie glow as they huddled closer, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 years. Outside, the protests had escalated. The cries of the people echoed in the night, a reminder that the spirit of Rome was far from extinguished. The struggle for power, for dignity, for a voice was a thread woven through history, binding them to the very prophecies they studied. Livia stood, heart pounding, as she gazed out the window. The chaos beyond felt like an awakening, a call to arms for those who dared to believe in a better future. An electric tension filled the air, the scholars electrified by a shared purpose. They knew they were witnessing the last vestiges of Roman prophecy, feeling the weight of history pressing upon them. With every word exchanged, the lines between past and present blurred, each gaze reflecting the hopes and fears of generations gone by. The flicker of the candle illuminated their faces, casting shadows that danced in harmony with the words of the oracle, as if the very essence of prophecy had come alive within the walls of that dimly lit room. In that moment, Livia understood. The prophecies were not just echoes of a time long past. They were living, breathing entities that demanded to be engaged with, to be confronted head-on. The future was not a distant concept. It was a canvas waiting for their paintbrushes, ready to capture the struggles and triumphs of a new age. As the night deepened, the weight of destiny clung to them, urging them forward. They would not simply bear witness to history. They would become its authors, weaving their tales into the very fabric of time. The flickering candlelight danced on the stone walls of the ancient temple, casting shadows that whispered of a time long forgotten. It was here, in this sacred space, that the air thrummed with the resonance of prayers and the weight of sacred rituals. Every corner seemed to hold secrets, stories of lives intertwined with divine purpose. The priests, robed in garments as heavy as their responsibilities, moved with both grace and urgency, their chants echoing like a heartbeat through the ages. Unbeknownst to the faithful gathered outside, the true power of these priests lay not only in their connection to the divine but in their ability to mold the very fabric of society. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The priests were not mere figures of authority. They were the architects of belief. They forged alliances with kings and commoners alike, their influence seeping into every aspect of daily life. Their words could uplift, bringing hope to the despairing, or cast shadows of fear, holding entire communities in a grip of reverence. The weight of their decisions could alter destinies, and yet, they walked among the people, their true power often hidden behind a veil of humility. Consider the story of one such priest, a man named Elier. He was born into a lineage steeped in religious tradition, destined for a life of service. With every chant he learned, every scroll he memorized, he could feel the pulse of the ancient gods coursing through him. As he stood before the altar for the first time, the flickering flames licking at his robes, he sensed the gravity of his role. He was a bridge between realms, a voice for the voiceless, but the burden he bore was immense. Elier's influence rippled through the community in ways that were both visible and hidden. Food was shared during festivals, offerings made to gain favor with the gods. He encouraged the people to see their struggles as tests of faith, turning suffering into a shared experience that brought them closer together. The community flourished, and slowly, Eliur became the embodiment of hope. Yet, with every blessing he invoked, the weight of expectation grew heavier, as if the very gods watched him with bated breath. In the court of the king, the priests held a different kind of power. The rulers sought counsel, their fates often resting in the balance of a priest's words. Eliur found himself summoned often, his voice mingling with those of his peers, echoing through the marble halls adorned with gold and silver. The sound was intoxicating, a blend of reverence and fear. As he spoke, he could see the shift of the king's expression, the subtle nods of approval or the furrowing of brows that could signal war or peace. The tension crackled like thunder in the air, each choice weighted with consequence. A particularly dark day arrived when the king faced dire threats from neighboring realms. Eliur stood before the court, heart pounding, as he delivered a prophecy. His words painted vivid images of victory, but they came with a price. A sacrifice must be made. The chamber fell into a heavy silence, the weight of his revelation hanging like a storm cloud. He felt the eyes of the king, the lords, and the common folk piercing through him, seeking answers, seeking comfort. The priests were seen as conduits of divine will, yet Eliur knew that he was also a man shaped by his own fears, doubts, and desires. As the days turned into weeks, Eliur found himself at the center of a brewing storm. The sacrifice demanded was not a simple one. It called for the life of an innocent, a child from the community who had touched the hearts of many. The whispers among the people grew louder, fear seeping into their prayers. Eliur's heart wrenched at the thought. He had been the voice of hope, yet now he felt like a harbinger of doom. The flickering flames of the temple seemed to mock him, taunting him with the choices he was forced to make. In the depths of night, he wandered the temple, seeking solace among the ancient stones. The cool air wrapped around him as he contemplated his faith, his humanity. He prayed to the gods, pleading for guidance, for clarity. The shadows loomed larger, and the weight of his duty pressed down on him like a mountain. He envisioned the child's face, the innocent smile that had brightened their lives, and despair washed over him like a tidal wave. It was then that Eliur made a choice that would alter the course of history. He would not stand idly by. He would confront the king, challenge the decree that demanded blood. He gathered a handful of fellow priests, their hearts beating as one, and together they prepared to raise their voices against the tide of fear and sacrifice. The storm was brewing, and they would either be swept away or rise to defy fate itself. As dawn broke, each priest stood firm, their robes billowing like banners of resolve. They stepped forward, proclaiming the value of life, the sanctity of innocence. The king's expression shifted from anger to bewilderment, then to fear. He had relied on their wisdom, but now the priests challenged him, igniting a fierce debate that echoed through the halls. The tension in the air was palpable, a taut string ready to snap. Eliur's heart raced. He felt the weight of ages pressing down on him, the hopes of the community resting on his shoulders. What would emerge from this confrontation? Would the priests be cast out, or would they alter the course of history forever? The room held its breath, the flickering candles casting long shadows of uncertainty. Eliur's voice rose above the fray, filled with passion and desperation. Each word was a plea, a challenge, a declaration of their shared humanity. The line between priest and prophet blurred, and the world outside the temple continued to spin, unaware of the storm brewing within. In that sacred space, the power of the priests, their influence, and the weight of their decisions hung like a pendulum, swinging toward an uncertain future. And as Eliur spoke, the past and future collided, the echoes of ancient prayers intertwining with the cries of a community yearning for salvation. The flame of hope flickered, but it was not extinguished. It danced, alive, breathing, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the dim glow of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the parchment as the ink dried slowly, words spilling thoughts that dared to bridge the divide between heaven and earth. Prophets and poets, scribes and storytellers, All played a delicate game with the divine, and their words carried the weight of eternity. There was power in their quills, a haunting magic that could evoke both fear and hope, illuminating the sacred roles of those who served in the name of the Almighty. The priests, clad in flowing robes of vivid colors, held a sacred authority that both inspired reverence and provoked suspicion. In the ancient cities of Mesopotamia, they were the gatekeepers of divine wisdom, mediators between humankind and the gods. The stories weaved about them were as intricate as the gold-threaded garments they wore. Yet, behind the facade of sanctity lay a murky world, where ambition and corruption often mingled with piety. This dichotomy fueled the imaginations of writers, whose pens dripped with both admiration and criticism, creating a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Ezekiel, with his vivid visions of wheels within wheels, painted a portrait of priests who stood on the threshold of the holy. Their faces were etched with worry, as they bore the burdens of the people, their prayers rising like smoke into the heavens, mingling with the cries of the downtrodden. Readers felt their anxiety, the palpable tension in the air, as the priests struggled to maintain their connection with the divine amidst a world steeped in chaos. The temple, a sanctuary of stone and light, echoed with the sounds of sacrifice and supplication. The priests, caught between their duties and the wavering faith of the people, became embodiments of the struggle between despair and hope. Centuries later, the chroniclers of ancient Rome depicted priests as both powerful and vulnerable. In the elaborate temples that adorned the city, the high priests commanded respect, their voices resonating through marble columns as they conducted rituals meant to appease the capricious gods. Yet, in the whispers of the marketplace, tales of greed and political machinations seeped through the cracks of piety. Writers, like Livy and Tacitus, captured the duality of these men, showing how the reverence of their office could easily turn into a tool for manipulation. The priests, once protectors of the faith, became players on a larger stage, their aura of sanctity tarnished by the stains of ambition. Imagine a priest standing alone in the opulent temple, golden rays filtering through stained glass, casting colorful patterns on the cold stone floor. He lifts his hands in supplication, but in his heart, a storm brews. The weight of expectations, the fear of failure, and the knowledge of his own frailties gnawed at his spirit. Writers who chronicled these moments made readers shiver with understanding. They painted their struggles with brushstrokes of raw emotion, capturing the essence of humanity in the face of divine demand. As the centuries rolled on, the narrative of priests transformed yet again in the hands of writers during the Middle Ages. The rise of Christianity brought a new dimension to the portrayal of these spiritual leaders. They became shepherds to a flock, guiding souls through the treacherous paths of sin and redemption. But within the walls of the monasteries, the haunting echoes of ambition still lingered. The clergy, while preaching humility, often indulged in lavish lifestyles, and writers of the time highlighted these contradictions with a sharp pen. The tension between divine calling and earthly desires became a powerful theme, pulling at the hearts of readers who could not help but relate to the complexities of faith. In the flickering light of a monastery, a monk struggles with his own demons, torn between his vows and the seductive pull of worldly pleasures. The ink stains upon his fingers tell tales of longing and remorse, and through his eyes, the readers witness the battle that rages within. Writers captured these moments of vulnerability, infusing their words with a sense of urgency that left audiences on the precipice of emotion, unable to look away. The Renaissance brought a renaissance of thought, and writers like Dante elevated the priestly figure to new heights. In the Divine Comedy, priests became the moral compass of society, leading souls through the trials of the afterlife. Yet even in this vision of grandeur, the haunting specter of corruption loomed large. The very priests tasked with guiding the faithful often faltered, their humanity laid bare for all to see. It was this tragic flaw that resonated deeply with readers, creating a connection that spanned ages and cultures. Fast forward to the tumultuous times of the Reformation, where the pen became a sword and the printed word ignited revolutions. Martin Luther's critiques of the Church shattered the illusion of infallibility surrounding priests. In the writings of this period, priests were no longer untouchable figures. They were fallible men grappling with their own faith, struggling against a tide of change that threatened to wash away centuries of tradition. The emotional intensity of these writings captivated readers, igniting a sense of passion and rebellion that swept across the continent. As the echoes of history continued to resonate, the portrayal of priests morphed yet again in the modern world. Writers like Fyodor Dostoevsky explored the psychological depths of these figures, portraying them as complex individuals wrestling with doubt and conviction. The priests became mirrors reflecting the struggles of their congregations, their doubts echoing in the hearts of those who sought solace in their words. The emotional weight of these narratives left readers gasping, as they recognized the shared humanity that transcended time and space. Even in contemporary literature, priests remain a potent symbol of faith and failure, hope and despair. Their portrayal oscillates between the sacred and the profane, each writer bringing their unique perspective to an age-old struggle. As the words flow, the tension between belief and skepticism remains palpable, inviting readers to confront their own questions of faith and morality. Each story, each portrayal, builds upon the last, creating an endless cycle of conflict and connection. The tension rises and falls like the tide, drawing readers deeper into the emotional currents that flow through the lives of these figures. The priests, forever caught in a dance between the divine and the human, continue to haunt the pages of history. Their stories, woven with threads of desire, struggle, and redemption, become a timeless testament to the perpetual quest for meaning amidst the chaos of existence. Amidst the sun-drenched ruins of an ancient temple, a figure kneels in the dust, brushing away centuries of neglect. The air is thick with a sacred silence, broken only by the rustle of leaves, as if the spirits of the past are whispering secrets to the curious soul. With each stroke of the hand, the outlines of a once glorious mural begin to emerge, figures draped in flowing garments, their hands raised in prayer or perhaps in a gesture of command, hinting at a time when the divine and the earthly were entwined in a dance of power and devotion. This temple, with walls crumbling but vibrant, speaks volumes of the intertwining of religion and politics. Each carved stone and faded fresco is a testament to the beliefs that shaped lives, dictated rulers, and forged civilizations. In an era where gods walked among men, the divine was not just a matter of faith. It was a tool for governance, a means to enforce social order and control. Here, the shadows of high priests and kings linger, their legacies forever etched in the very fabric of society. Archaeologists, driven by an insatiable thirst for truth, have unearthed artifacts that tell the tales of this intricate relationship. Among the scattered fragments of pottery lies a small, unassuming idol, a representation of a deity that once held sway over the hearts of the populace. Its smooth, polished surface is a window into a world where offerings were made not only for personal salvation, but as a show of loyalty to the ruling class. The connection is clear. The power of the state leaned heavily upon the faith of its people, weaving a tapestry of belief and authority that resonated through every layer of society. As excavators sift through the sediment of history, they stumble upon inscriptions that chill the spine. These etched words, once spoken in hushed reverence, detailed decrees delivered by kings claiming divine right. By the will of the gods, one proclamation reads, "I shall lead you to prosperity." The authority granted by the heavens was a double-edged sword. With it came the reverence of the masses, but also the burden of expectation. A king must embody the divine qualities he preached, lest he be cast down by both man and God. The tension between faith and power bubbles to the surface in the form of monumental architecture. Vast structures, built not only to honor the divine, but to showcase the might of their creators, rise like titans in the archaeological landscape. Pyramids, ziggurats, and towering cathedrals are remnants of a time when the skyline was a reflection of the gods' favor and the ruler's ambition. The very stones seem to hum with the sacrifices made in their shadows, the blood and sweat of countless laborers who toiled not just for brick and mortar, but for a promise of eternal life and the hope of favor from the divine. In another corner of the world, a forgotten palace emerges, its walls adorned with frescoes depicting not just the glory of kings, but the very rituals that reinforced their rule. Here, in this opulent space, the line blurs. Sacrifices were made, not only to appease the gods but to secure the throne. The political machinations are palpable. The high priest, with his intricate headdress, stands beside the monarch, their destinies entwined in a delicate balance of reverence and manipulation. The allure of power corrupts, and as the gods are called upon, so too are the whispers of dissent. An artifact catches the eye, a ceremonial dagger once used in rituals believed to commune with the deities. Its blade glints ominously, a reminder of the lengths to which rulers would go to maintain control. The blood spilled on altars wasn't merely an offering. It was a message, a demonstration of the divine right to rule. The echoes of chants fill the air, words that reverberate with the weight of history, binding the fates of all who lived under the watchful gaze of their deities. In the depths of a sacred burial site, the remains of a once great leader lie at rest, adorned with objects that speak to both their piety and power. Surrounding the body are artifacts of warfare, alongside offerings of incense and food. Here lies a ruler who understood the intricate dance of politics and religion, a figure who, even in death, insists that the two remain inseparable. The golden mask placed delicately upon their face glimmers with the promise of an afterlife, their legacy intertwined with the faith of the living. Each dig, each unearthing, reveals a narrative that is as complex as it is poignant. The past, with all its grandeur and bloodshed, unfolds in layers, revealing how deeply embedded religious belief was in the very governance of societies from the mighty empires of Mesopotamia to the sun-soaked cities of the Mayans. The weight of authority bore down upon kings who, dressed in robes of divine right, wielded both scripture and sword. As the sun sets behind the horizon, casting long shadows across the remnants of what was once a thriving civilization, a sense of unease begins to settle. The echoes of the past are not just relics. They are warnings, reminders that the intertwining of faith and political power can lead to both greatness and ruin. A sense of urgency fills the air, as if the voices of the ancients are calling out one last time, urging those who tread upon their hallowed ground to heed the lessons buried in the sands of time. With the darkness creeping in and the stars flickering to life above, the sense of longing for understanding grows stronger. What lies ahead for those who dare to seek the truth? The answer lurks just beyond the veil, waiting for the next revelation to pierce the silence. The narrative of humanity, steeped in faith and governance, continues to unfold, each turn revealing new layers of complexity and emotion, beckoning the curious to push further into the depths of history where the sacred and the secular are forever entwined. The streets of ancient Rome thrummed with a pulse of excitement as the sun cast its golden light over grand temples and bustling forums. It was a time when the very air filled with the scent of incense and the echoes of laughter and music danced through the cobblestone pathways. Here, amidst the vibrant whirl of life, the Roman calendar stood as a beacon of communal spirit and political might, a tapestry woven with threads of tradition, reverence, and power. Each month unfolded like a page in a grand storybook, each festival a chapter rich with emotion and significance. In January, the festivities of the Aginalia brought forth solemn priestly rituals, where offerings were made to Janus, the two-faced god who looked both to the past and the future. The citizens, dressed in their best togas, gathered with hope and prayers on their lips, yearning for prosperity in the year ahead. As the flames flickered and the incense coiled upward, the heart of the city beat strongly, echoing the dreams of its people. By February, the whispers of Lupercalia began to stir. Here was a festival drenched in primal energy, where young men, clad only in goat skins, would run through the streets, striking women with leather thongs in a wild celebration of fertility and love. Laughter mingled with shouts, and the air was thick with exhilaration. Beneath the joyous chaos lay an undercurrent of ancient beliefs, a connection to the land and its cycles, a reminder that life was both fragile and fierce. As the revelers danced and sang, the very foundations of Roman society were reaffirmed, reminding all of the intertwining of nature and humanity. Spring brought with it the festival of Floralia. The goddess Flora, adorned in resplendent flowers, beckoned the people to revel in the beauty of renewal. The crowds gathered in the Circus Maximus, where the scent of blooming blossoms wafted through the air, mingling with the sound of cheerful music. Dancers twirled, and performers captivated the audience with their dazzling displays. Here, joy was not merely an emotion, it was a manifestation of the divine. Every laugh, every cheer, echoed in the hearts of the people, a reminder of their bond with one another and the universe. As summer approached, the festival of Vestalia ignited a flame of devotion. Women, barefoot and adorned with wreaths of grain, gathered at the temple of Vesta to honor the goddess of the hearth. In this sacred space, they offered prayers for the protection of their families and homes. The flickering flames of the eternal fire seemed to whisper secrets of resilience and nurturing, drawing the community closer together. The act of worship transcended mere ritual. It became a shared experience, a moment where each woman felt the warmth of unity and the strength of their collective spirit. The autumn months heralded the powerful festival of Saturnalia, a celebration that turned the social order upside down. For a brief moment, masters served their slaves, and the rigid structures of society melted away. Streets filled with revelers adorned in vibrant costumes, laughter echoing through the night as the city surrendered to a wave of joyous abandon. The boundaries of class and status dissolved, replaced by a shared humanity in the face of celebration. It was a time of feasting, dancing, and exchanging gifts, a reminder that even in the most disciplined of societies, the heart craved freedom and joy. But Saturnalia was not simply a time for festivity. It carried a weight of political significance. As the citizens reveled, the leaders contemplated their power, understanding that to govern effectively, they needed to maintain the goodwill of the people. The festival became a subtle reflection of the balance between authority and the populace, a dance as intricate as the patterns of the stars. Beneath the joyous surface lay a reminder of the fragility of power. One misstep could send it all crashing down. The calendar rolled on, and as the chill of winter descended, the people turned their gaze toward the festival of Calendii, marking the first day of the month. This was a time of reflection, where Romans would honor the gods for the blessings of the past and seek favor for the days to come. The streets filled with solemnity, yet hope lingered in the air, the promise of a fresh start, a new cycle, a new chance at life. Each month, each festival, was a heartbeat in the lifeblood of Rome, intertwining with the very essence of what it meant to be a Roman citizen. Yet, with every celebration came the ever-present shadow of political maneuvering. Leaders used these festivals not only to connect with their people but also to assert their dominance. The games held during the ludi or public spectacles were not just displays of athletic prowess. They served as a reminder of the power of the state. Spectators cheered and gasped as gladiators fought for glory, the roar of the crowd acting as both applause and caution. In these moments, the people were reminded of the weight of their loyalty, a loyalty that could pivot at the slightest shift in the political winds. As the calendar turned, the festivals became a reflection of the times. Celebrations did not merely mark the passage of days, but became intertwined with the very fabric of Roman identity. Each event was steeped in history, in the values and ideals that defined Rome. The festivals were more than just a series of dates. They were a living, breathing testament to the strength, spirit, and resilience of the Roman people. And so, as the sun began to set over the mighty city, casting long shadows across the ancient stones, the people prepared for the next festival. The air buzzed with anticipation, the promise of joy and reverence, a reminder that in every festivity, there lay a deeper connection to the past, a whisper of what had come before and a hope for what was yet to come. The calendar turned, and with it, the stories of triumph and reverence continued to weave through the fabric of Rome, threads of passion and politics intertwined, leaving a legacy that would echo through the ages. The next festival awaited, a new chapter eager to be written in the saga of a city that thrived on the pulse of its people. The heart of Rome beat on, unfurling new tales of celebration, power, and the intricate dance of life itself. In the dim light of the chapel, the flicker of candles danced like whispers of old secrets. The scent of incense wafted through the air, wrapping around the congregation like a comforting embrace. But beneath this facade of serenity, A tide of uncertainty surged among the people. The walls, adorned with sacred images, held countless stories of faith, yet they also bore witness to the struggles that had begun to unravel the bond between priests and their flock. As the priest raised his hands to deliver the blessing, a nervous ripple coursed through the crowd. Eyes filled with expectation were met by a face lined with doubt. This wasn't just a moment of worship, it was a crossroads. The people had once looked upon their spiritual leaders with unwavering trust, but recent events had cast a long shadow. Tales of misconduct, scandal, and betrayal whispered through the pews, snaking into the hearts of the faithful. The priest's voice resonated through the quiet, but the words felt hollow to many, echoing in minds where doubt had taken root. Not far from the chapel, a mother clutched her child tightly, her heart pounding with the weight of a decision that felt monumental. She had brought her family to this sacred space for protection, for guidance, yet she recalled the stories of priests who had fallen from grace, their vestments tarnished by human frailty. The fabric of trust that had once bound the community together was fraying, each thread pulled by accusations and revelations that made her question everything she once believed. In a small village, nestled between rolling hills, the whispers grew louder. Gossip filled the air like autumn leaves spiraling down, each piece of news more shocking than the last. A priest who had been a pillar of the community was accused of wrongdoing, sending tremors through the collective conscience. The village square, usually a hub of laughter and camaraderie, became a battlefield of opinions. Loyalists defended the priest, citing years of dedicated service, while others demanded accountability, their voices rising in a passionate chorus. The tension surged like a rising tide, crashing against the shores of faith. In parish halls, heated discussions erupted, with devoted parishioners scrutinizing their own beliefs. How could someone we trusted betray us so deeply? They asked, their faces etched with anguish. Many recalled their own experiences of hope and healing, moments when a kind word or a guiding hand had helped them through dark times. Now, those memories felt tainted, overshadowed by the harsh reality of betrayal. Amidst this turmoil, a young seminarian stood at the altar, a nervousness gnawing at his insides. He had dreamed of serving his community, of being a beacon of hope. But as he looked out at the faces before him, he saw not just eager hearts but wary souls, hearts riddled with the scars of disillusionment. Would he be able to restore that faith? Did he dare to step into the shoes of those who had fallen, risking the same fate? The weight of history pressed down on him as he contemplated the future. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow that fought against the gathering darkness. Conversations in the village reached a fever pitch. "We cannot let this go unchallenged," shouted an elder, his voice trembling with conviction. The community had always relied on the church for solace, but now they sought answers. They wanted to hold leaders accountable, to ensure that their faith was not misplaced, that trust could still flourish amid the ruins of betrayal. Yet, there were also whispers of hope. In the next town over, a priest had taken a courageous stand, openly addressing the failings of his colleagues. He spoke of transparency, of rebuilding trust brick by brick. "Let us not allow the actions of a few to define us all," he urged, his sincerity cutting through the din of skepticism. His words ignited a spark, inspiring a small group of parishioners to gather for a meeting, a collective promise to hold each other accountable, to seek reform from within. As they huddled in a cramped room, the air thick with determination, fear mingled with hope, they discussed how to navigate this treacherous landscape, how to reclaim their faith in the face of overwhelming odds. The young seminarian, now part of this group, felt a surge of belonging. Perhaps this was his calling, to be a force for change, to help weave a new narrative that could bind the community tighter than before. Yet, not everyone was ready to embrace this new path. A wave of resentment lingered, the scars of betrayal still fresh. In their hearts, some clung to the past, unwilling to let go of their grievances. "How can we forgive?" they asked, eyes glistening with unshed tears. The question hung heavy in the air, a haunting reminder of the delicate balance between justice and mercy. In that moment, the young seminarian realized the true challenge lay not just in addressing the failures of the clergy but in healing the wounds of the people. It became clear that the path forward required not only accountability but also empathy, a recognition of the pain that had seeped into the very fabric of the community. As night fell, the chapel stood like a sentinel, bathed in moonlight. The candles flickered defiantly, symbolizing the fragile hope that endured despite the storm. The echoes of laughter and cries of anguish mingled in the night air, creating a symphony of human experience. And as the young seminarian prepared to step out into the world, he understood that his journey had only just begun. With each step, he carried the weight of history and the promise of renewal. The stories of the past would guide him, but it was the pulse of the people, their trust, their skepticism, their hope, that would shape the narrative yet to unfold. The night was alive with possibility, a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of courage and resilience. And in that moment, the future shimmered just beyond reach, a horizon filled with both shadows and light, beckoning them all forward. In a candlelit chamber, the flickering shadows danced across the walls, illuminating the solemn faces of the priests gathered for an urgent council. Their robes, heavy with embroidered symbols of faith, whispered of ancient power and divine authority. Yet, beneath the surface of their sacred obligations, an undercurrent of tension crackled in the air. Here, in this hallowed space, was a paradox that would echo through the annals of time. The priests, bearers of spiritual and moral guidance, often found themselves shackled by the very power they wielded. A low murmur spread among them, a palpable sense of unease. These men, revered in their communities, felt the weight of expectation pressing down like the stone slabs of a forgotten temple. While their voices could lead the masses to prayer, their influence in the political arena was curbed by the intricate dance between faith and governance. History was dotted with examples of priests who dared to step beyond the sanctified walls and into the harsh light of political reality, only to find themselves ensnared in the very webs they attempted to weave. Take, for instance, the tumultuous times of the late Roman Empire, when priests walked a fine line between allegiance to the emperor and devotion to God. The early Christians, persecuted and marginalized, found solace and strength in their faith, yet they yearned for more than just spiritual sustenance. In their quest for justice and autonomy, some priests boldly challenged the political establishment, igniting a spark of revolution. Yet, for every priest who risked his life for the cause, there were many more who chose the safety of silence, knowing that to push too far could mean losing everything. In the shadows of history, the priesthood of ancient Egypt offers another poignant example. Serving as intermediaries between the gods and the people, priests held extraordinary sway. They controlled vast wealth and resources through the temples, centers of both worship and economic power. Yet, despite this formidable influence, they remained acutely aware of their limitations. The pharaoh, a divine figure in his own right, could not tolerate a rival. When the priest's ambitions threatened to eclipse his authority, the pharaoh would retaliate, stripping them of power or, in extreme cases, erasing them from the sacred scrolls of history. This delicate balance of power became a game of survival, one that played out in whispers and secret alliances, as priests maneuvered to maintain their influence without provoking the wrath of their rulers. The tension escalated during the Reformation, a time when the very fabric of society was torn apart by questions of faith and governance. Priests like Martin Luther emerged as bold voices, challenging the established church and its entrenched hierarchy. But even as he called for reform, Luther was acutely aware of the stakes involved. His struggle was not just a battle of ideas. It was a fight against the oppressive forces of political power that sought to silence dissent. The moment he nailed his 95 Theses to the church door, his act of defiance reverberated across Europe, igniting a conflagration of change. Yet the paradox lingered: was he a reformer or a rebel? The church's reaction, swift and severe, reminded him that even the mightiest voice could be stifled by the weight of authority. As centuries rolled on, the role of priests in society continued to evolve. In feudal Europe, they became the moral compass for the serfs, but their political limitations were stark. A priest could offer solace and guidance, yet he was often at the mercy of the nobility who controlled the land. In his small parish, he might comfort a grieving family, yet outside, the Lord's soldiers could trample the very families he served. This duality of power and powerlessness created a chasm that priests navigated with care, often opting for diplomacy over confrontation. The Spanish Inquisition showcased the perilous edge on which religious leaders walked. Here was a time when priests wielded the terrifying power of life and death, yet they knew that their own safety hinged on obedience to the crown. The painful irony was that while they held the keys to salvation for many, their own fate lay in the hands of those who sought control through fear. The priests, once revered as spiritual leaders, became pawns in a game they could hardly comprehend, their voices smothered by the weight of political machinations. Through it all, priests stood at a crossroads, their beliefs often clashing with the realities of power. They provided hope and guidance, yet the chains of political limitation wrapped around them, keeping their aspirations at bay. They were the keepers of sacred traditions, entrusted with the souls of their followers, yet the very structures that granted them authority also confined them. The fear of losing that authority, of being reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, loomed large. As the candle flickered lower, illuminating the anxious faces around the table, a heavy silence fell. Each priest could feel the pull of history weighing on their shoulders, the echoes of those who came before them guiding their thoughts. Would they, too, be mere spectators in a world where their spiritual calling collided with the stark realities of political power? Or could they carve out a new path, merging devotion with action, challenging the limitations imposed upon them? And outside the chamber, the world was changing. Revolutions simmered on the brink. The cries of the oppressed grew louder, and a storm was brewing that would force the priests to confront their paradox head-on. Would they rise to the occasion, or would the shadows of history continue to bind them? The stakes had never been higher, and within the flickering candlelight, the answer lay tantalizingly just out of reach, waiting for the moment when faith and politics would clash once more, erupting in a cacophony of hope, despair, and the relentless pursuit of power. The echoes of their decision would shape the future, intertwining their fates with the lives of countless others, binding them in a narrative that refused to be silenced. In the flickering shadows of the ancient forum, whispers of prophecy danced on the lips of the Roman citizens. They spoke of seers, those gifted with the foresight of the gods, whose visions could sway destinies and shift the course of empires. The air crackled with tension as a lone figure, clad in a tattered robe, stood at the center, eyes glazed over as if peering into another world. "Beware the Ides of March," he intoned, the words echoing through the marble columns, sealing the fate of a leader and igniting a fire that would consume the ages. Such moments were not mere entertainments or idle tales. They were the marrow of Roman life, deeply entwined with politics, war, and the very fabric of society. The legacy of Roman prophecy stretched far beyond the borders of their empire, leaving an indelible mark on the cultures that would rise after. The threads of these ancient prophecies wove through the tapestry of history, influencing the beliefs of distant lands, stirring emotions, and igniting the imaginations of millions. As the Roman Empire crumbled, its prophecies took on a life of their own, whispered among the early Christians who saw in them signs of the coming of the Messiah. The Book of Revelation, with its vivid imagery and foreboding messages, echoed the prophetic style of the ancients. Early Christians drew from the well of Roman predictions, mingling their hope and dread with the shadows of Roman seers, foretelling the end times and the establishment of a new kingdom. This melding of ideas was electric, a fusion of hope and fear that charged the hearts of believers with fervor. In the medieval world, echoes of Roman prophecy surged like a river breaking its banks. Kings and queens sought the counsel of those who claimed to understand the whispers of fate. Nostradamus, a name that would become synonymous with prophecy centuries later, drew inspiration from the ancient texts. His quatrains, cryptic yet alluring, invited readers to decipher the mysteries of the future. They were hungry for answers, eager to glimpse the unknown. The Dark Ages, filled with uncertainty and turmoil, found solace in the idea that knowledge of the future could provide a foothold in the chaos. Art flourished under these influences. Artists painted vivid scenes of foreboding prophecies, capturing the terror and awe that filled the souls of those who dared to peer into the abyss. In the Renaissance, the revival of interest in classical texts sparked a fervor for prophecy, as scholars sought to decode the ancient wisdom of the Romans. The new age of enlightenment saw a rekindling of prophetic thought, leading to a resurgence of belief in omens and signs. The pendulum swung between skepticism and conviction, creating an emotional whirlwind that swept through communities, binding them with a shared sense of fate. Meanwhile, across oceans and continents, indigenous cultures embraced their own forms of prophecy, influenced by the echoes of Roman foresight. The Aztecs, for example, meticulously charted celestial patterns, interpreting them as divine messages. Their pyramids, monumental and awe-inspiring, served as cosmic calendars, a testament to their belief in the cyclical nature of time, a notion that resonated deeply with Roman beliefs. The tension between the seen and the unseen, the earthly and the celestial, became a universal narrative, a thread that connected disparate cultures through the shared experience of prophecy. As the world hurtled into the age of revolution, the legacy of Roman prophecy continued to loom large. The French Revolution ignited fires of change, with figures like Maximilien Robespierre invoking the prophetic past to legitimize their actions. They claimed a divine mandate, believing they were the harbingers of a new order. The streets echoed with the cries of revolutionaries, their passions inflamed by the belief that they were part of a grand, unfolding narrative, a struggle against tyranny that had been foretold through the ages. In the 19th century, when the veil of industrial progress lifted, new forms of prophecy emerged. The spiritualist movement thrived, with mediums claiming to communicate with the dead, tapping into a collective yearning for connection with the past. The ghosts of Roman seers lingered in the air, their messages transformed into a modern context, yet still hauntingly familiar. Fortune-tellers set up shop in bustling cities, their tents filled with eager souls seeking guidance and clarity in an increasingly uncertain world. Yet, the power of Roman prophecy did not solely rest in the hands of the elite or the seekers of fortune. It spilled into popular culture. Literature, theater, and even music began to reflect the enduring influence of these ancient visions. Shakespeare's characters grappled with the weight of fate, their lives echoing the tragic predictions of Roman oracles. The notion that the future is written in the stars became a compelling narrative, capturing the hearts of audiences who found themselves entranced by the interplay of choice and destiny. Even into the modern era, the legacy of Roman prophecy casts a long shadow. The rise of the internet brought forth a new age of information, and with it, a resurgence of interest in the prophetic. Blogs, podcasts, and social media filled with interpretations of ancient texts merged with contemporary fears, creating a potent mixture of excitement and dread. People sought meaning in the chaos of their lives, their hearts yearning for the certainties that prophecy promised, even as they wielded the tools of modernity. In the aftermath of calamities, from wars to natural disasters, the age-old practice of seeking signs returned, as desperate souls turned to the ancient wisdom of the Romans. They sought comfort in the idea that the universe had a plan, that the future was not just a series of random events but a grand narrative, echoing the prophecies of old. And so, the cycle continued, binding the past to the present, the ancient to the modern, with threads of prophecy weaving through the hearts of humanity, binding them in a shared quest for understanding. The air was thick with anticipation, charged with an electric tension. The stories of the past were alive, reverberating through time, pulling everyone into a dance of destiny that was never truly over. The legacy of Roman prophecy persisted, an undying ember in the hearts of those who dared to dream, to hope, to believe in the power of the unseen. In the flickering light of a torch, a Roman priest stood trembling before the sacred altar, the air thick with incense and anticipation. His heart raced, for today was not just another day. It was the day he would interpret the will of the gods. The flickers of the flames danced like heaving breaths, and shadows stretched across the stone walls, whispering secrets of ancient prophecies and destinies yet to unfold. Across the Mediterranean, in the temples of Delphi, A young Pythia inhaled deeply, the scent of laurel leaves and sweet smoke swirling around her. She felt the rush of the ethereal, a divine presence that wrapped around her as tightly as her flowing robes. In a fit of ecstasy, she spoke in riddles, her words weaving through the minds of those gathered, resonating with the hopes and fears of an entire civilization. Prophecy was not merely a tradition. It was a lifeline, a thread connecting mortals to the divine. As the Roman priest cast his gaze skyward, he wondered what the gods were trying to tell him. Was it a sign of prosperity or a warning of impending doom? The intricate tapestry of Roman prophecy had its roots deep in the soil of tradition. Unlike the Greeks, who reveled in oracular pronouncements, Roman prophecy was intimately tied to rituals, omens, and the interpretation of signs from the natural world. Birds in flight, the crackling of thunder, and the sudden appearance of a comet, their meanings were layered like the folds of a well-worn toga. In the heart of Mesopotamia, the priests of Babylon engaged in their own sacred rites. They gazed at the stars, charting their movements, convinced that the heavens held the key to understanding earthly events. The astrological tablets told tales of kings and empires rising and falling, their fates entwined with celestial rhythms. The Babylonian soothsayers, with their meticulous observations, delivered prophecies that guided decisions, often altering the course of history. The weight of their predictions echoed through the halls of power, causing rulers to quake in their marble thrones. The priest in Rome felt a chill, as if the icy fingers of fate were wrapping around his spine. He recalled the prophecies of the Sibylline books, ancient texts that had survived the wrath of time through strict custodianship. Each prophecy was a piece of a larger puzzle, and the fate of the Republic could hinge on a single line. As he contemplated the gravity of his role, he sensed the heavy presence of history bearing down on him, as if the very walls of the temple whispered warnings of the past. In Egypt, at the feet of the Sphinx, a different kind of prophecy unfolded. The Egyptians relied on a blend of dreams, visions, and the meticulous observation of nature. Their priests would interpret the dreams of pharaohs, believing that the gods communicated through the subtle language of the subconscious. This deep-rooted belief in the divine connection between the world of the living and the realm of the gods gave rise to prophecies that shaped dynasties, ensuring the continuation of the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The Roman priest was suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of expectation. He remembered stories of great leaders who had turned to prophecy for guidance, from Julius Caesar, whose fate was foretold by a soothsayer, to the rise of Augustus, who claimed divine support through omens. Each moment, each breath he took was intertwined with the destinies of countless lives. Around him, the flickering flames mirrored his internal turmoil. Would he deliver a message of hope or despair? In the shadowy corners of the temple, he could almost hear echoes of distant civilizations. The Celts, with their druids, who saw prophecy as a living pulse of nature, spoke through the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. Their prophecies were steeped in a connection to the land, a reminder that every grain of soil held the stories of generations past. The thrill of their spiritual communion with the earth sent shivers down his spine. It was a reminder that prophecy was woven into the very fabric of existence. As the priest's thoughts drifted, they brushed against the beliefs of the Norse, where seers would peer into the mists of fate. Their visions were raw and untamed, often revealing terrifying glimpses of Ragnarok, the end of all things. Each prophecy served as a warning, an urgent call to prepare for the chaos that lay ahead. The Roman world was no stranger to fear, and the weight of such knowledge hung heavily upon him. Could he, too, deliver a warning that might save his people from catastrophe? The flickering torchlight cast an eerie glow, intensifying the atmosphere of dread and hope swirling around him. Outside, a storm brewed, echoing the turmoil within. The winds howled like lost souls crying out for answers. The priest felt as if he stood on the precipice of time, with the weight of Rome's future resting on his shoulders. Would the divine whisper steer the course of history, or would he falter in his interpretation? Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the temple, capturing his attention. The heavens had sent their sign. He felt the collective heartbeat of civilizations pulse through him, whispers of ancient prophecies intertwining like the tendrils of smoke rising from the altar. Each civilization had its own way of perceiving the divine, its own unique lens through which it interpreted the shadows of fate. Roman prophecy, with its keen awareness of omens and rituals, stood alongside the rich tapestry of prophetic traditions that spanned the globe, each thread vibrant and essential. With renewed determination, the priest raised his hands to the heavens, connecting the past, present, and future in one profound moment of clarity. The prophecy that would emerge from his lips was not merely a reflection of Roman beliefs. It was a universal truth, resonating with the core of human existence. The weight of countless civilizations hung in the air, each one contributing to the intricate fabric of prophecy that shaped their destinies, creating a bridge between the divine and the mortal. In that electrifying instant, as the storm raged outside, he stood at the crossroads of time. The echoes of history wrapped around him, urging him to speak, to connect with the very essence of existence, where every prophecy, every prediction, was a part of a grand narrative waiting to unfold. And as he opened his mouth, ready to deliver the message, the air crackled with possibility, an inescapable tension that promised to change everything. In the flickering shadows of the Roman Forum, the scent of incense mingled with the fervent whispers of the crowd. Citizens gathered, eyes glinting with anticipation, for the priestly class had long been more than mere intermediaries between gods and men. They were the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of tradition, and the embodiment of power. The air crackled with expectation as they approached, their vestments fluttering like sacred banners waving in the soft summer breeze. At the dawn of the later Roman Empire, the roles of priests began to shift, reflecting the ever-evolving tapestry of Roman society. Once revered as the exclusive guardians of ancient rituals, these figures now faced a world marked by upheaval. The mighty emperors, with their ambitions reaching skyward, sought to intertwine their fates with those of the gods. The priests found themselves balancing the weight of sacred duty with the demands of political ambition, a precarious dance that sent shivers down the spines of all who bore witness. As the twilight of paganism drew near, a profound transformation swept through the priestly roles. The rise of Christianity, a faith born in the shadows of persecution, began to paint the landscape with its vibrant colors. With every whispered prayer, every act of defiance against the old gods, a new order emerged. Priests who had once commanded respect through their knowledge of the ancient rites now found themselves grappling with a faith that brought with it a dazzling promise of hope and salvation. The tension was palpable as bishops, cloaked not only in robes but in authority, began to dominate the spiritual discourse. Their voices rang out with fervor, capturing the hearts of the weary and the lost. The old priesthood, once considered indispensable, now faced the reality of their waning influence. In the flicker of torchlight, the memory of pagan rituals began to fade, replaced by the fervent chants of Christian hymns that echoed through the once sacred spaces of Rome. It was not merely a shift of belief, it was a revolution that shook the very foundations of Roman identity to its core. In this chaotic landscape, the role of priests was no longer just a matter of performing rituals. It became a battle for the soul of the empire. The old ways clashed with the new, creating a tempest of emotion that swept across the land. It was a time of confusion and fear, as families found themselves divided by faith, neighbors turned into adversaries, and the very fabric of society began to unravel. The priests, caught in the middle, felt the weight of history pressing down upon them, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that their world was slipping away. With each passing decade, the priestly roles continued to morph and adapt. The early Christian leaders, recognizing the power of the past, sought to incorporate elements of familiar pagan rituals into their practices. The flames of the ancient altars were replaced with the warmth of candlelight at Mass, and the community feasts that once celebrated the gods shifted to honor the saints. It was a brilliant strategy, one that lent legitimacy to the emerging faith while soothing the lingering attachments of the people. The priests, now wielding a new kind of power, were no longer simply mediators of the divine. They became architects of a new social order. But not all were willing to embrace this change. As tensions grew, so did the persecution of those who clung to the old ways. Pagan priests, once celebrated, were now hunted, their sacred sites defiled and their practices outlawed. The streets that had echoed with the chants of ancient worship were now filled with the cries of the oppressed. The priests who had once wielded the power of the gods now walked in fear, their hearts torn between their love for the old traditions and the undeniable pull of the new faith that promised salvation. In this storm of emotions and loyalties, a new breed of priest emerged, the bishop, clad in authority and steeped in theological learning. These men became the new spiritual voices of the empire. They held councils and decrees, crafting doctrines that would reshape the understanding of faith itself. Their influence grew as they navigated the turbulent waters of politics, aligning themselves with emperors who sought to unify the empire under one banner. The once localized and fragmented priesthood transformed into a centralized authority, wielding the power not just over the spiritual realm but over the very lives of the citizens. As the years unraveled, the priests of the old gods faded into memory, their temples converted into churches, their altars replaced with crosses. The emotional weight of this transition was immeasurable. For those who had devoted their lives to the ancient practices, it felt as though a vibrant world had been snuffed out, leaving only echoes of what once was. The priests' tears mingled with the earth, their hearts aching for the gods who had once walked among them. Amidst this turmoil, moments of reflection began to break through. Though they had lost their ancient rites, the new priests sought to forge a meaningful connection with their flock. They listened to the fears and aspirations of the people, offering guidance, comfort, and a renewed sense of purpose. The church, once a bastion of power, transformed into a haven of solace, where the broken could find healing, where love replaced fear, and where hope blossomed in the hearts of the faithful. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the streets of Rome were alive with a new kind of fervor. The air thrummed with the echoes of prayers, not just for protection but for unity, for understanding, for peace in a world unraveled. The priests, now messengers of a new dawn, stood at the crossroads of history, knowing that their evolution mirrored the very essence of humanity itself. With each passing day, they would guide their people through the shadows, illuminating a path towards a future that promised redemption. And yet, even in this age of transformation, the whispers of the old gods lingered like an echo in a vast canyon, urging the new priests to remember the past. The stories of triumph, loss, and resilience danced in the air, weaving a rich tapestry that would continue to inspire generations to come. It was a reminder that while the roles of priests had changed, the essence of faith, its power to uplift, to unite, to heal, remained eternal. As the night settled over Rome, the stage was set for a new chapter, one that would intertwine the destinies of the faithful and the divine, creating an unbreakable bond that would reverberate through the ages. In a dimly lit room, a flickering candle cast shadows on the walls as an aged prophet, eyes filled with a knowing sadness, speaks words that hang heavy in the air. Each syllable carries the weight of centuries, echoing through the hearts of those who dare to listen. As he foretells of tumult and strife, a chill creeps down their spines, for the truth of his words dances on the edge of reality. Prophecy has always had a unique power, intertwining with the very fabric of politics, tugging at the strings of fate and choice, dictating the actions of leaders and the hopes of the masses. Across history, from the ancient Greeks to the mystical oracles of the East, the weight of prophecy has shaped destinies. The Greeks turned to the oracle of Delphi, entrusting their futures to cryptic verses. The very foundation of their decisions, wars, alliances, and even the fate of cities, was shrouded in a cloak of divine prediction. Each prophecy, a beacon of hope or a harbinger of doom, cast ripples far beyond their origins. The fall of empires often laid bare the fragile nature of human ambition when faced with divine foresight. Fast forward to the turbulent times of the Middle Ages, when a plague swept through Europe like a merciless tide. Amidst the chaos, seers and mystics rose to prominence, their prophecies both feared and revered. Fear gripped the hearts of kings and commoners alike as they sought to understand the affliction ravaging their lands. The whispers of the prophets shaped decisions, often leading to scapegoating and witch hunts, while simultaneously igniting a desperate quest for salvation. Hearts raced as people clung to the hope that some divine message might emerge from the darkness, a light to guide their way through the despair. The echoes of these ancient truths resonate in modern politics. Today, politicians, too, have become pawns in a game as old as time. They wield the language of prophecy, invoking a sense of destiny that can rally the masses or fracture nations. Promises of a brighter tomorrow often invoke the specter of prophetic history, where leaders paint a picture of hope that is intertwined with the dire warnings of the past. The climate crisis, rising inequalities, and global unrest serve as a modern backdrop where the words of ancient seers feel eerily relevant once again. A crowd gathers in a vibrant city square, pulsing with energy, as a charismatic leader takes to the stage. His voice rises, a crescendo of conviction. "I see a future," he proclaims, painting a picture of prosperity and hope. But beneath the surface allure of his promises lies an undertow, a haunting echo of past leaders who, too, wove grand tapestries of fate while leading their followers to ruin through manipulation and fear. Goosebumps ripple through the crowd, a mixture of hope and trepidation palpable in the air. Could this be a turning point, or simply another trap laid out for the unsuspecting? As the sun sets on the turbulent landscape of today, the shadows of past prophets loom large. The prophecies of doom and hope they articulated echo through the corridors of power, whispering to leaders who walk the thin line between ambition and moral responsibility. History warns them of the consequences of ignoring the lessons embedded in those ancient tales. They see the patterns, the rise and fall of empires, and the weight of the decisions they must make. It is a delicate dance, power and responsibility intertwined, a constant struggle against the tides of fate. In the quiet corners of political offices, a young aide pores over strategic reports, piecing together a narrative that will appeal to the masses. As they draft speeches, they pull from the arsenal of history, invoking the wisdom of past prophets in a bid to capture the hearts of the people. Yet, as the words flow onto the page, a gnawing doubt lingers. Are these merely echoes of manipulation, or will they genuinely inspire change? The heart races with uncertainty as the lines between prophecy and politics blur, emotions interwoven with the weight of responsibility. In a dimly lit cafe, two old friends sit across from one another, their conversation filled with the fervor of debate. One speaks passionately about a new leader who claims to be the bearer of a radical change, while the other counters with caution, recalling the fallacies of messianic promises throughout history. As they exchange perspectives, the air thickens with tension, reflecting the divide in their beliefs. Each statement, each rebuttal, pulls at the threads of their friendship, just as the currents of prophecy tug at the fabric of society. They stand at a precipice, staring into the abyss of uncertainty, where the echoes of the past mingle with the hopes for tomorrow. The prophets never truly fade. Their lessons linger, woven into the very essence of contemporary politics. They remind us that the weight of decision-making is not merely a reflection of ambition, but a responsibility that echoes through generations. History teaches that the path forward is fraught with peril, yet also rich with the potential for transformation. As leaders stand at the crossroads, gazing into the future, the shadows of ancient prophecies remind them that every choice carries the weight of history, a burden that demands reflection, humility, and courage. With each passing moment, the air thickens with tension, the heartbeat of the world quickening. The resonances of prophecy vibrate through the hearts of those who seek change, igniting a fire within their souls. They are not merely spectators in a play written by fate. They are the actors, the dreamers, and the doers, standing on the precipice of possibility. What will they choose? What echoes will they heed? The future hangs in the balance, a tapestry yet to be woven, as the very essence of humanity grapples with the timeless dance of prophecy and politics.